Okay.
Leave them on. I'll control it in the back.
Okay.
Right. They're talking. The first four words aren't there.
Gotcha.
And obviously,
Good morning and welcome. I'm Kevin Mitchell, Chairman of the Business Travel Coalition. I'd like to express a warm welcome to all here today and the hundreds watching the live broadcast from their offices here in the U.S. and around the world. Just one quick housekeeping note, a reminder for those here at the Press Club to mute your cell phones. Thank you. Over more than 40 years of public life, Representative John Garamendi has always been a leader for consumers and their safety. He has served in many roles, including California's Lieutenant Governor, Insurance Commissioner, the U.S. Deputy Secretary of Interior, and since 2009, a member of the U.S. House of Representatives. In each of these, he has worked tirelessly to ensure that the American people are treated fairly by businesses and that they have the right to travel safely. Last Congress, the Congressman introduced the Aircraft Maintenance Outsourcing Disclosure Act, which would have guaranteed consumers the rights we're discussing here today. Please join me in welcoming Congressman John Garamendi.
Good morning. Well, I took a taxi to get here. But to get to Washington, you take an airplane. And you take an airplane, for me, it's from California, back and forth once a week, some 5,000 plus miles. And more than a few times you go, why is this plane not taking off. I had one of those aha moments. I first arrived here almost a decade ago. I was assigned to the T&I Committee, Transportation Infrastructure, and to the Subcommittee on Aviation, and I'm sitting there at the very bottom of the hearing room, the very last seat available to the most freshman of freshmen. Although I'd been around in public policy for some 35 years or 30 years before that, nonetheless, my moment came up hours and hours later after a hearing that involved the merger of two major American airlines. Not American Airlines, but rather United and Continental. And the two CEOs that were involved in the merger were sitting there, and they were being grilled by the members. And finally, it came to my turn. And I'd had a conversation earlier with some folks that do the maintenance out in California, in San Francisco, with United Airlines. And they said, why don't you ask them where the maintenance is going to be done after the merger? So I did. And they said, well, it'll be done around the world. I go, really? Where around the world? And they said, Central America, maybe off in Asia, a couple of countries in Asia. And I said, well, which of the two of you are responsible for the quality of the maintenance? And they looked at each other, and they pointed at each other. And then they said, well, that's the FAA's problem. I said, excuse me, the quality of the maintenance is the FAA's problem? He said, yeah, we're not responsible for that. And I said, aha, there's a problem. There's a problem when the CEOs of two major airlines that are going to merge, they say maintenance and the quality of maintenance is not their problem. Now, I don't know where it is today. That was almost 10 years ago. But I'm going, this is a aha, wake-up moment for a new member of Congress that has just heard from the CEOs of two major airlines that maintenance and the quality of it is not their problem. Now, I also knew that the FAA has real trouble inspecting foreign maintenance operations. They've got to give a heads up. They've got to file that their people are coming into that country to observe the maintenance. And of course, the maintenance folks have an opportunity of days, maybe weeks, to straighten out their act. Now, that's story one. Story two is I'm sitting at one of the airports here in Washington, D.C., ready to go, and there's a delay. Okay, not unusual. Weather delay? No. Seems as though this little plane had a problem with its air conditioning system. Okay, well, I can get on a plane. It'll be a little cold, be a little hot. Turns out the air conditioning system also has everything to do with the cabin pressurization. Now, I would love to have asked the CEO of that airline, not to be mentioned, where was the maintenance done on this plane? Chances are it was not done in the United States by highly trained mechanics who know all of the things that are going on and who are observed on a regular basis by the FAA and hopefully by their own quality control team. So I'm going, I want to be sure that when I get on this plane, when the other millions of Americans and foreigners get on an American plane operated by an American Airlines, that the maintenance is done by the best possible mechanics in the world, who are observed by what we once thought was the best observation platform, the FAA, although with the MAX 8 there's some question about that. Nonetheless, that maintenance should be done here in America. And so we're going to introduce once again a piece of legislation that says, let the American public, let the foreign travelers, whomever happens to be on an American airline, know where the maintenance is being done. Full disclosure. If the maintenance is being done in one of the Central American countries, or if it's being done in Asia or somewhere else around the world, I want to know. And I would love to know, as I was 4.5 hours late, when they finally were able to get a substitute jet for that little problem of the air conditioning system. I would love to know. I would love to be told. Oh, by the way, the maintenance on this jet was done in America, done in Central America, done in Asia, or maybe not done at all. In other words, as an airline traveler, as a person who spends at least 5,000 miles a week on an airplane, I want to know that that plane is well maintained. I want to know where it's maintained, and I want to be able to hold the airline company accountable. So I'm going to introduce a bill once again. And with the help of all of you here and whoever else happens to be out there in the big wide world listening to this, let's do this. Let's provide full disclosure. And oh, by the way, how many times have I been sitting? How many times have millions of other airline passengers been sitting there on the airplane and sucking in the fumes from some passing jet? So why don't we do something about the quality of the air in the cabin? Not a bad idea. And while I fly a lot, I know that the men and women that are on that plane providing me the service, occasionally a drink, occasionally a cup of coffee, or rather a plastic cup of coffee, or maybe some pretzels or peanuts. I would like them to be able to have some quality of air available to them as they spend their life work on an airplane. So 2 pieces of legislation. We're going to move them forward. We've introduced them before. We get big pushback from the companies. Don't want to spend extra money, want to go where it's cheap, don't much care about what air their men and women that they're employing on that airplane, whether it's a pilot or an attendant. So why don't we hold them accountable? Why don't we make the information available so that the flying public has knowledge of the maintenance, where it's done, and have some assurance that the quality of air in the plane is acceptable. So 2 little pieces of legislation. Love to have the support of your organization. Love to have the support of the millions and millions of people, Americans as well as foreigners, that are on American airplanes. So that's it. That's what we're about doing. And if you have any questions, I'll answer them. If you don't have any questions, then let's go charge the hill. Let's go get them, and let's make this happen. Thank you so very, very much. Questions? Yes, sir. Oh, Ralph Nader. You and I have done a lot of work together on consumers. We go back to the 1980s, 1990s when I was insurance commissioner.
Yeah, you were a good insurance commissioner.
Well, you are a good consumer advocate.
I'm asking, what are the chances of hearings here? And do you think the provision of all kinds of privileges by the airlines to too many members of Congress, free upgrades, canceling reservation, change fees, all the kinds of things that the airlines swarm over Capitol Hill tends to diminish the focus by all too many members of Congress on the most obvious improvements, not only for the people of this country and workers, but even for themselves and the staff who fly?
Well, I think the premise of your question is not exactly accurate, at least in my own estimation. Yeah, we do have a special number we can call, and no, the upgrades are no longer available, if they ever were. They're not free if there is an upgrade. However, the point you're making is there going to be a real hearing? Is the Congress going to really be able to deal with this? Oh, by the way, I've got another piece of legislation, and that is, can we just have a little extra inch between the seats? Oh, my God. Now, I'm a fairly, I'm 6'2", and okay, I'm maybe a little larger than the average American, but my weight isn't. So I see it this way. Most members of Congress are on the airplane a lot. And we really don't have privileges. If the airplane's late, we're late. If the seats are, yeah, we can pay for that extra inch or two and we do. It doesn't come free. We pay for the first class seats if they want to do it, although I don't. The privileges are wiped out by a air conditioning system that doesn't work, and I'm 5 hours late. Bottom line of this is all passengers, members of Congress who probably fly more than the average, we know the problems. Are we willing to vote to solve the problem? I'm going to find out. I'm going to introduce legislation. And I think there is legislation on the spacing, ergonomics, seats. It is just really a pain in the leg.
Morning, Congressman. I think you have a structural problem with the FAA. It has a dual mandate to promote business and promote safety. What do you think should be done to make it so that when there is a potential conflict, such as in this very issue, that safety predominates over business?
You're quite correct. There is a structural problem. And the problem is, well, the MAX 8 is the ultimate of the problem. I mean, what, 350 people lost their lives because of the conflict that you just described. The conflict of making the industry successful and the other side making it safe. Will that lead to a division of responsibility within the FAA or two different organizations? It should, because you went right to the heart of the issue. And it's also part of the maintenance issue that we've been talking about here. Why is the FAA not really pushing back on foreign maintenance? Well, because they need to promote the airline industry. They need to make sure that it's viable and strong. And that is legitimate. The other piece of it, safety, is, in my view, even more important. So that structural issue, is it going to be dealt with? In the context of the MAX 8 situation, it should be. And there will undoubtedly be hearings on what happened with that. Why was it just, some of the obvious things we're now learning? We'll see. We'll see. There should be a division.
Will you bring that up in these hearings?
Oh, yeah. Now, will there be hearings, which is what Ralph asked. Will there be hearings? Yes, there's certainly going to be hearings. The MAX 8 is in process. There are investigations underway. And undoubtedly, there will be hearings on that matter in the T&I Committee, Transportation Infrastructure Committee. There should be. And in that, the issue of safety is paramount. And the issue of the conflict within the FAA should also come up. Over here, yes, sir.
Thank you very much, Congressman. I'm Paul Sheeran, the Professional and Technical Engineers Union. Anyway, I had a question. You kind of touched on it right there, and it was relative to the MAX 8. And it's also relative to hearings before Congress. And I know in the past where we have had problems with manufacturers of like General Motors, we had the CEO of the company testifying before Congress in very short order. Now, it's been a substantial period of time since the MAX 8's second accident and today, and we're hearing from Muhlenberg on TV, we're hearing excuses, and we're hearing apologies, but we certainly aren't seeing Congress taking action in a short order or a rapid effect with regards to this company. Are you under any pressure whatsoever from the Boeing company, or is this?
Well, I am not. Nor am I the chairman of the committee or the subcommittee. My chairmanship is over on the armed services side, the readiness issue, and we don't wait there. I think there are others that need to answer that question. But your point is there's been a substantial passage of time. And a lot of people have died. And it's now that we are getting more information about the changes that took place in the automatic flight control system. Those changes were not, well, let's just say it, not properly handled within Boeing. And certainly the FAA was derelict in not pursuing or at least looking at what happened with the two sensor systems in the software, one eliminated. There are going to be some real serious questions here. Another interesting part, and this is one of the things Ralph has spent his life working on, is how do you hold a company accountable? You know, you go back through the history of corporate America in the recent decade, or you can go back to the great meltdown in 2008. Were any CEOs held accountable? Well, they were given bonuses and lost their job, usually with a golden parachute. We have a situation here in which there must be accountability. And that's not to exit with a big fat pension.
Yeah, good morning, Congressman. Gary Peterson, Transport Workers Union. 737 MAX is a great example of a situation that we've brought before forward, and that is just security and the technology on the airplanes, the software data flaw. You know, we're here to talk about aviation, the maintenance side of it in foreign countries, and the fact of the matter is that can be put in along the way by this outsourcing issue. We've brought it before, along with the high-speed internet. And just capturing and making sure that the work is performed under the FAA's rules domestically and the people that are doing the work being vetted is critical. We see this coming down the line. We keep trying to bring it up that at some point, somebody else is going to take control of the airplane. And we need somebody to listen about that, because the people that are certified to do this work, the FAA vets. You know, we go through a screening process constantly through any of the, regulatory agencies. Once it leaves this country, there's no vetting process. You know, the alcohol and drug testing is non-existent, let alone any safety and security analysis. And there has to be some legislation brought forward on the safety and security of the infrastructure of these airplanes and bringing that back domestically. Otherwise, we're headed down a really bad road.
Well, the focus of this legislation that we'll be introducing very shortly deals with the maintenance and the quality of maintenance, the oversight, and frankly, so that the public knows where it's being done. It's simply to put pressure on the airlines to hopefully do the maintenance domestically. You have very, very well described a much deeper problem. Now, that the public knows what's going on, that's helpful. Hopefully that'll put pressure on the airline. However, the underlying problem is, does the FAA vet the quality of the work being done overseas? Does it vet the mechanics that are doing the work overseas? And you raised a very, very important question that we spend a lot of time on the military side of this dealing with, and that is the safety, the security of the software itself. Software, cybersecurity, you don't need to have a bad part in a jet engine to take that airplane down. It's the software. Could it be corrupted? Is it secure? I'll just tell you, on the military side, it's out there, it's been reported. The answer is no, it is not secure. And I would assume that this is an assumption, this certainly requires congressional oversight. On the domestic airlines or any international airlines or any plane anywhere, is the software secure? Can it be corrupted? I would suspect the answer is it could be corrupted.
And just to follow up on that, if I could, I mean, it goes back to well, that could happen. Again, the individuals that we're speaking about,
Yes.
Our belief is that the FAA has very little, if any, oversight, let alone control mechanisms for that forum, where domestically, at least we believe that there's a much greater sense of control through the processes and vetting and security protocols that are in place.
I don't think it's a matter of belief. I think it's a matter of fact. Within the United States, there is far better control and oversight of the maintenance. Overseas, we know that it is not. And I cited that at the outset. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Megan Turi with CBS National News. We did a story recently talking about how we had FAA whistleblowers come forward and say that they were being pushed by management to ignore reports. They had reports deleted from their systems. And they also have no oversight anymore. You don't have any foreign stations for the FAA to go in and actually look at these facilities. So they have to schedule a month in advance. Everybody has notice. Everything can be perfect and pristine by the time the inspectors actually get there. So while it's one thing to know that for Americans to know where the planes are being serviced, how does that fix the larger problem of there are problems with the FAA and their inspection process, the safety management system within the airline where they're somewhat self-policing in terms of making those repairs and those types of issues?
Well, didn't you just hit the problem right on the nail? I mean, you described it so very well. At the outset of my opening discussion, I talked to that issue. Legislation we're looking at here is useful. It does not solve the underlying problem, but it will hopefully create the pressure to force, as Ralph was saying over here, force Congress to force the FAA to properly oversee the maintenance of the aircraft. Now, the problem that is, as you described, that was described just before, is the FAA, and I described it in my opening remarks. The FAA is not presently able, both because of staffing, funding, and the interference of foreign governments in the oversight itself. There is delay. FAA has to tell whatever country it is in Central America or Asia, wherever it happens to be, hey, by the way, the inspectors are coming. So what do you do? What did you do when your mother said, I'm going to do a room inspection tomorrow? You cleaned it up before she arrived. You don't think this doesn't happen today? Of course it happens today. So we've got a problem. We've got a deep problem here. We've got a problem of the conflict within the FAA to have a viable, profitable airline industry that's operating with the newest facilities, newest jets, and safety. Those are in conflict. We discussed that a moment ago. Solution for that is two different organizations. And I would say that the safety organization has the ultimate control here, has the power. And the other one, that is profitable, viable airline industry, very important, no doubt about it. Safety first. So we've got to deal with that. Will there be a hearing on this? Question earlier, why haven't we had a hearing yet? Very, very good question. You ought to put that to a couple of chairmen. Okay. I think.
Good morning, Congressman.
Yes.
Mike Perrone. I'm the president of Professional Aviation Safety Specialist. I have both the regulatory side, the inspectors that we represent, as well as the technicians who maintain all the air traffic control equipment. We've been fighting this issue of overseas to have inspectors go out there. Hello, here we are. We come to see your facility. Again, not to impede progress or impede the industry, but to see what's really going on. Same thing internally here in the United States. One of the biggest problems in 2013, the FAA decided our inspectors are not accepted or essential personnel. And during the government shutdowns, which I hope we don't have another one come this fall, our inspectors sat home while the industry continued moving forward. And then they had to come back and try to catch up and push all that work plus the day-to-day stuff. So we're also looking at not only having inspections, but to get the FAA to understand to have them essential personnel. They need to be working, and hopefully Congress and the President will not shut the government down again. That's another issue, a separate issue.
Yeah, it certainly is. The government shutdown certainly is an issue, and doesn't help anybody to do that. Certainly doesn't help us. We get a rather bad and appropriate bad rap for doing so. Did I say us? No, I should say them. I think we. Yes, ma'am. Last question.
Instead of saying business, the dual responsibility, business and safety, I think one way, the way we should think about it, if we didn't have so much hubris in our way, is the way to business welfare is through safety. Change the culture of thinking about it. Now, we had in the nuclear area this duality, and we divided them. We're not any safer.
Well, your point goes back to the earlier discussion of the colleague next to you, and that is the FAA has dual responsibility. And that dual responsibility is in conflict. The solution lies in separating the responsibilities, giving two different organizations The one responsible for safety, the other responsible for the profitability, the success of the airline industry. So will that happen? Goes back to the question you raised about money. The FAA was and continues to this day to be very short of money. It's not just the shutdowns. It is the funding of the FAA. It's been an ongoing problem. I've seen it over the last decade as we've wrestled with the budgets. We're willing to spend money on some other things. You happen to mention nuclear. You know, why are we involved now in a new nuclear arms race that'll clearly be over $1.5 trillion in the next 15 years or so? So these are questions, these are choices we've made. We've made a choice. We, your representatives, over time have made a choice to allow a conflict to exist within the FAA. A conflict that has, in my view, led to 350-some people losing their life because getting that airplane up and operating was more important than making absolutely sure that there was a safety issue resolved. So how do we deal with that? Well, there's some responsibility within the FAA. There has to be a hearing, point well taken. In addition to that, the Boeing executives need to be held accountable. Right now they're pointing fingers at each other. That's okay, but ultimately the finger pointing probably points to more than one person that's responsible, including the CEO. I'll bet the CEO was saying, get that airplane up and out. You got Airbus over there causing us a lot of competition issues. So anyway, you did have the last question, and I have a hearing that I'm the chairman of in a few moments. So I'll take my responsibilities, and thank you. I really need your help to get this step forward done. And that is that all of us that fly know where the maintenance on that airplane is taking place. And hopefully that'll create some additional pressure that will deal with the underlying problems, which we really do need to get to. Thank you so very, very much.
Thank you, Congressman, for your leadership and your insights. Today we have a who's who of speakers from the aviation industry, such leaders as Sarah McLeod, to consumer champions like Ralph Nader, labor luminaries such as John Samuelsen, aviation book author and media star William J. McGee, and very special guests such as former U.S. DOT Inspector General Mary Schiavo. We started planning this summit before the Ethiopian Airlines crash. However, the Boeing 737 MAX issue has once again highlighted a critical nexus among the FAA and the manufacturers and airlines and the airline passengers that the FAA is sworn to protect. In recent years, aircraft maintenance outsourcing has become controversial in the absence of a single standard for U.S. airline in-house versus outsourced domestic and foreign maintenance. And there are serious questions about the adequacy of FAA funding and oversight. Moreover, there is now a very concerning and accelerating trend of outsourcing line maintenance, where the human and technical checks and balances focused and found with both C&D checks are virtually non-existent. The recent developments with the 730 MAX have cast a bright light on what many observers insist is a too cozy relationship with airlines and aircraft manufacturers. The FAA has recently taken a widely confirmed and significant hit to its worldwide credibility. As such, Boeing and its customers and other stakeholders in the industry have a deep interest in restoring FAA's leadership through fundamental reforms. Enlightened stakeholders know that they would benefit from taking a leadership role in championing outsourcing and FAA oversight reforms. In researching and preparing for today's summit, I was struck by several unanswered questions that underscore the outsourcing controversy. Number one, Why are there only conflicting, wrong, or misleading aircraft maintenance outsourcing data available? For example, Spirit Airlines is listed as having zero maintenance outsourcing in DOT's Form 41 data report. Number two, why is there a DOT FAA accepted lack of airline transparency regarding the volume and location of outsourcing? Three, how can a major U.S. airline acknowledge that it does not know the number of firms and the amount of work they outsource? Number four, without credible data, how can the entire U.S. heavy maintenance outsourcing program, domestic and foreign, be justified to passengers? Number five, where are the publicly available FAA and DHS analyses regarding Homeland Security, risks from foreign repair station operations that could be infiltrated by groups like ISIS? Six, is there evidence that the uncertificated technicians return aircraft safe or safer than airframe and power plant certificated mechanics? Seven, is it United States aircraft maintenance best practice to allow non-English reading mechanics to perform work by looking at pictures in the Airbus or Boeing manuals? Number eight, how many times per year does a foreign repair station is visited by an FAA inspector? How does this compare with U.S. airline in-house maintenance facilities? 9, with regard to record keeping, is the 90-day advanced visitation notice to foreign repair stations the same quality of oversight as unannounced visits here in the United States? And finally, 10, are airline practices and airfares currently reflective of the highest expected level of aircraft maintenance safety? If not, why not? There are many. Those are my top unanswered questions. I've been involved in this aircraft maintenance outsourcing issue for 10 years. It's quite a disgrace that nothing has really changed, and indeed some things have gotten worse. The time for action is now, and hopefully today we'll forge a consensus path forward. I would like to now introduce one of the most respected aviation travel industry journalists today, William J. McGee. Bill has an airline operations background, has been an industry journalist for 25 years, has taught journalism at the collegiate level, and has written a groundbreaking book, Attention All Passengers. Welcome, Bill.
Good morning. Thank you, Kevin. And thank you to the Business Travel Coalition, the Transport Workers Union, Ralph Nader, Mary Schiavo, the speakers, and of course all the panelists and everyone else who's come out today. In recent years, many of us who advocate on behalf of airline travelers have promoted the concept of a passenger bill of rights here in the United States, much like the passenger rights provisions that have been in place for many years in the European Union. And they provide accommodations and compensation when travelers are involuntarily bumped before boarding or experience lengthy flight delays or cancellations. But truly the most fundamental passenger right of all is to fly safely. And despite the nation's stellar commercial aviation safety record, there are threats to that performance that need to be addressed. We could speak about many of them. Representative Garamendi just mentioned tighter seats. Obviously, that's a value issue. It's a comfort issue. It's also a health issue due to deep vein thrombosis and clotting issues. But for many of us, tighter seats are in fact a safety issue because they call into question evacuation procedures and whether or not the FAA is doing all it can to make sure that evacuation procedures are staying up to date with a change in industry, fuller cabins, more carry-on baggage due to fees, et cetera. But today we're here to discuss the specific issue of aircraft maintenance and how seismic changes have dramatically transformed how the nation's airlines maintain and repair the thousands of airplanes in their fleets. In conjunction with the Transport Workers Union and Business Travel Coalition, I'm in the process of preparing a white paper entitled The State of U.S. Airline Maintenance Outsourcing, and we hope to have that out by next week. It provides an in-depth analysis of two critical and intertwined issues. Number one, the problems that arise when domestic airlines outsource aircraft maintenance, particularly but not exclusively when such work is done outside the United States. And number two, the problems that arise when the Federal Aviation Administration attempts to provide oversight of such work, again, particularly when it is done outside the United States. The white paper will address how all too often there are, quote unquote, two sets of rules, even though the FAA asserts that there is a single standard for all maintenance work performed on behalf of all U.S. airlines. But industry experts and frontline FAA inspectors themselves note the critical differences in the experience and skills and training of personnel, in certification of that personnel, in the security background checks, and the drug and alcohol screening. And there also are critical differences in how the FAA oversees outsourced work, particularly due to budgetary and staffing constraints. And as noted, that's during quote-unquote good times. We're not even talking about during government shutdowns when, incredibly enough, FAA inspectors are deemed not critical. Today, all these issues and more will be discussed by the speakers and panelists. But first, I'd like to present a document we have prepared that addresses that most fundamental concern of consumers. We're calling it the Airline Passenger Safety Bill of Rights, and I'd like to summarize it for you now. Copies of it will be available today to everyone in the room. The preamble reads, "The most fundamental of all U.S. passenger rights is flying safely, with complete confidence that all aircraft are properly maintained by skilled professionals under sufficient government oversight. To ensure this, maintenance personnel must be appropriately trained and certificated. Outsourcing such critical work, particularly outside the United States, threatens airline safety, poses grave risks to aviation security, and has dire consequences on the American economy. We believe the following provisions should apply to all U.S. scheduled passenger airlines. There are 7 in all. One is the right for all travelers to fly on aircraft that undergo both scheduled intermediate maintenance and line maintenance work performed only by maintenance personnel certificated as airframe and power plant mechanics by the Federal Aviation Administration and based in the United States. 2, the right for all travelers to fly on aircraft that undergo scheduled, quote-unquote, heavy maintenance work performed in the United States at FAA-certificated maintenance facilities with at least a 2-to-1 ratio of FAA-certificated airframe and power plant mechanics to non-certificated personnel. 3, the right for all travelers to fly on aircraft maintained by personnel who have undergone proper security background check investigations. 4, the right for all travelers to fly on aircraft maintained by personnel who are part of continuous drug and alcohol testing programs. 5, the right for all travelers to fly on aircraft that are properly and frequently overseen by FAA aviation safety inspectors without compromises or limitations due to staffing, budgetary constraints, or government shutdowns. 6, the right for all U.S. citizens to access standardized and consistent airline records in a U.S. Department of Transportation database containing a minimum of 1 year's maintenance history on each aircraft, made public by the airlines. Such data should be available whenever an aircraft is assigned to a scheduled flight. These statistics will include total percentages of airline maintenance employees and outsourced personnel, ratios of FAA-certificated airframe and power plant mechanics to non-certificated technicians, and other critical data to be determined. And 7, the right for all travelers in the event of lengthy aircraft maintenance delays to receive regular briefings by the airline prior to departure. Now that's a lot to throw out there, and I'm sure it's going to be discussed all day long for the rest of this conference. We're not going to address it directly now in Q&A because it'll come up throughout the morning, but wanted to start there. And now I'm going to segue to a conversation that I'm about to have, and I'd like to introduce that. More than 50 years ago, a book was published, and that book changed your life, and it changed my life, and it changed the lives of everyone in this room. And in fact, it changed the lives of hundreds of millions of Americans and countless people around the world. But it did more than change lives. It actually saved lives. Ralph Nader's Unsafe at Any Speed demonstrated how a single person could fight entrenched corporate and government power and prevail. It's a lesson we all need to remember as we fight to strengthen airline safety. We live in the age of the specialist, not the generalist. And the specialists are becoming more and more specialized every day. This is a room filled with not just airline experts, but airline maintenance experts. And when we dig down even more specifically, there are people here today experts in avionics, engines, hydraulics, and so on. But Ralph Nader is the rarest of the rare. He's a generalist who is a consumer expert in multiple fields. Today, he's addressing aviation safety, but he could just as easily discuss auto safety, food and drug safety, environmental safety, financial reform, and so on. That term tireless is overused. We continually hear how someone is a tireless fighter. But Ralph Nader truly is a tireless fighter for all of us. And all of us in this room can learn from him. It's my honor to introduce Ralph Nader.
Thank you very much, Bill. Thank you, Kevin Mitchell and Transport Workers Union for bringing us all together. The issue of regulatory enforcement has always been of great interest to consumer groups and consumer advocates because almost from the get-go in the 1930s, the moment a regulatory agency is established, it attracts the attention of corporations and their corporate lawyers to game the system. And they do it in a whole variety of ways. First, they try to put their own people in charge of these regulatory agencies, like the Securities Exchange Commission, the old Civil Aeronautics Board. Second, they try to complicate the procedures in order to delay any kind of action on behalf of consumers or the general public. I remember once the Federal Trade Commission initiated action against the manufacturer of Geritol. Some of you may remember. Geritol was advertised as treating tired blood. That was the phrase, tired blood. And the law firm of Covington and Burling took on the case. And the lawyer delayed it for about 15 years. He put his children through college. And that's just one example of a matrix of vested interests. The corporate law firms, the corporate trade associations, the corporations themselves, the public relations, descend on these regulatory agencies in ways that defy the imagination. There are weakening procedures where the Consumer Product Safety Commission really can almost never issue a standard. It has such weak authority, compliments of the lobbyists in Congress when the statute was passed, and then the procedures themselves are almost voluntary in terms of issuing any kind of tough standards. As we speak, the Food and Drug Administration is sitting on a time bomb where 60% of our finished pharmaceuticals are manufactured in India and China under very minimal FDA inspectors who are required to give days of pre-announcement. So much so that the firms that are to be inspected arrange hotel reservations and other amenities for the FDA inspectors. It's not their fault. It's the fact that you don't have inspections and give the subject in company a time pre-announcement to fix things up. Over 60% of the active materials in our pharmaceuticals are manufactured in China and India. In one case, a blood thinner killed over 100 people, the so-called heparin scandal that occurred in this country, where they were on operating tables and they were injected with a blood thinner that had a contamination from the lab in China, which was not inspected by the FDA because the FDA got the wrong address and went to another lab. To try to do something about this, it comes down to the issue of consumer organization. We have in every regulatory agency that I have worked on, we have the same problem. We have coveys of lobbyists working with their former colleagues who are in the agency themselves. We have the agencies that are starved of budgets, that are stripped of technical talent, and are turned into consulting firms for the industry that they're supposed to regulate. In terms of the FAA is more than just a delegator. It abandoned its regulatory powers years ago, with few exceptions. It has become a consulting agency for companies like Boeing. Boeing took 13 months to transfer critical information about the Boeing 737-800 MAX, and all that Daniel Elwell could say at a congressional hearing was he was not pleased by that delay. He was not pleased by that delay, involved in the death of 346 innocent people in Indonesia and Ethiopia. He was not pleased. Where is the penalty? Where is the sanction? That's just one of many examples. In our book, Collision Course, The Truth About Airline Safety, and my co-author Wesley J. Smith is over here. This came out in 1994, and it made very, very intricate points about the failure of the system. It was then followed by a very good safety record of U.S. airlines. This is the paradox, is it not? The systems that have been put in place in the last 10 years have led to almost a perfect record by scheduled airlines in the United States. There's one fatality in the Southwest airline where you had a metal fatigue problem and one passenger was sucked out of the plane and killed. And so I can see the airlines saying, what are we worrying about? We have this great record. It's not so great in other countries, as we know, using Boeing airplanes. And my answer is threefold. One is that the systems that are put in place in the 50s and 60s and 70s, the engineering systems, have long legs. They put the responsibility for safety on the frontline people, the pilots, the mechanics, the flight attendants. All of these people pay a serious price if they don't do their job, in contrast to the corporate executives and the FAA managers, who are really almost above the law, although in this case with the 737 MAX, there is a Justice Department criminal probe underway with an operating grand jury. But what is now happening is the tombstone mentality of the FAA is kicking in. The FAA historically reacts to death and injury in airplane crashes. For example, there are at least 5 de-icing crashes, including the Air Florida one that hit the 14th Street Bridge here in Washington, D.C., before the FAA finally had an international conference of technical people relating to de-icing and instituted standards. That's an example of the delay. Same thing happened with the ground proximity safety systems for commuter airlines. It took years for this to happen. Right now, the FAA is sitting on a myth that we all know about and is the subject of jokes, namely that they believe that it takes 90 seconds to evacuate a plane, that the planes now can be evacuated of all their passengers in 90 seconds. They don't even try to model that with real human beings. They used to do it with airline employees, pretty physically fit and alert. Now they just model it. So when are we going to see an evacuation that turns into a disaster? The FAA's been on notice and nothing has been done about this myth. 90 seconds? Can you even get people out of the airline in a normal departure in 90 seconds? Now, it's not all the FAA's fault, is it? The Congress has been strip mining the FAA in terms of budget and authority, pushing it again and again to delegate more and more to aircraft company appointed and paid inspectors, sort of stand up and say, yes, I represent the FAA. This part is to be certified as safe. This is a mockery. They used to at least have the FAA appoint these representatives and be directly accountable to the FAA. Now it's all done by Boeing from A to Z. And there's increasing evidence that the engineers at Boeing were to shut up when they objected to the larger engines being placed on an old fuselage, changing the center of gravity of the 737-800 MAX and upsetting its aerodynamic stability and making it prone to stall. That, I hope, will come out in House and Senate hearings, which are going on at an excessively leisurely pace, I might say. There's an asymmetry of time between the leisurely pace of the House and Senate committees and the rapid pace of the FAA Boeing to get these planes up in the air so that anybody who tries to challenge it can be accused of alarming millions of passengers and upsetting the airline industry. Now, the improvement here, as Bill McGee has pointed out, it has to start with Congress. Last year, I sent a survey to every member of Congress, and I have it here for the media, a survey of all the privileges that the airlines give to members of Congress. It's really pretty staggering. We had about a list of 15, and we asked each member to say yes or no. Do they accept waiver of reservation fee changes, which can be, $200 a shot. If you go on Delta, not Southwest, they don't charge this reservation fee or baggage fees the way the other airlines do. And I didn't get one return. Not one, 535, even our friends in Congress. So I sent it again, and I didn't get one return. Now that's quite an instructive response to a survey, wouldn't you say? Now, Senator Blumenthal told me personally he doesn't accept invitations for upgrades, seat upgrades. All right, well, I hope he will fill out this survey. If you don't think this influences members of Congress, think again. Why in the world would it take year after year after year to pass a fundamental, simple passenger Bill of Rights? Only two of which snippets were in the appropriations bill last year. Why? I mean, they fly too as passengers. Their staff flies, their family flies. One reason are these freebies. They're very embarrassed to admit them because people get pretty upset. Privileges for politicians, but not for ordinary mortals like millions of Americans who travel on airlines. What's coming off here? There's another restraint. We have discovered that Boeing gives campaign contributions to 330 members of Congress out of 535, including almost all the members of the House and Senate Transportation Committees, by sheer coincidence. So you're sitting here watching these hearings, and Congressman Graves from Missouri, who thinks it's the Ethiopian Indonesian pilots' responsibility for those crashes, and he's taking money from Boeing. How do you turn this around? You turn it around by empowering the airline passengers and have them collaborate with the airline unions, who are under very strong management pressure. They need to be under strong passenger pressure to discern that the common interest is between labor and consumers. That's the primary common interest. We had a group called the Aviation Consumer Action Project, and it changed into Flyers' Rights. Flyers' Rights is a group with several thousand members. It's flyersrights.org. It's run by Paul Hudson, a lawyer who lost his daughter 30 years ago in the Lockerbie crash, the sabotage of the Pan Am 103 plane above Scotland, and he's never stopped advocating for airline safety in memory of his daughter, and he's on the FAA Rulemaking Advisory Committee, a very substantial person. But trying to organize airline passengers is worse than trying to organize cats. For some reason, they think someone else is going to do it for them. And that's simply not true. If we had 2 or 3 million members of an airline passengers organization, and if the Business Travelers Group would give Kevin more support and have more members, that would radiate in Congress, White House, Department of Transportation, and the FAA. The FAA has been so stripped of talent that they don't have anybody in-house who even understands the MCAS software revisions. They couldn't even monitor it. That's how intricate it is. They would have to outsource it. They've been stripped of engineers. They've been stripped of the ability to uphold the safety laws of the land. And here's where the danger comes. We are moving into a new era of risk. It's like if you had a rubber band and you keep stretching it. Things are okay. See, nothing's happened. Things are okay. And then it snaps. And what's happening is a combination of corporate greed, stock buybacks, an obsession with stock prices, dividends, combined with automation, run amok. That is what happened with the Boeing 737 MAX 8 crashes. It was automation in terms of the software, without being communicated to the pilots or the airlines, and in some instances to the FAA itself, with no warnings, with no flight control training, with no flight manual insertions and explanations. This software took control of 2 airlines' aircraft away from the pilots. In the Indonesian case, they didn't even know there was MCAS operating, and misoperating, by the way. And in the Ethiopian crash, they followed various procedures, but this silent hand of the software took control and pushed that nose down at 550 miles per hour into the ground. And this is just the beginning. Have you not heard that Boeing is in the process of laying off almost 1,000 quality control inspectors in Washington State and in South Carolina? Why? The quality control inspectors asked. Boeing answers, because automation can do it better, cheaper, and quicker than the human eye and the human brain. Is that subject to cross-examination, or just a proposition to be intoned as a matter of faith by a so-called engineering corporation that has transformed itself largely into an investment company, looking at the soaring stock price? Boeing, which should have had a clean sheet plane in 2011, they made the decision to do that, has spent over $40 billion in stock buybacks. The new clean sheet plane could have been accomplished with $10 billion. Stock buybacks don't create a job. They aren't productive investment. They improve the metrics for executive compensation. That's the principal function. Earnings per share ratios change. It doesn't really, over the long run, increase stock prices, with few exceptions, and that's been shown by a variety of studies. In conclusion, the outsourcing of aircraft maintenance to El Salvador, to Brazil, to Singapore, and other Asian countries raises very, very serious questions of vulnerability to sabotage in those countries, lack of drug and alcohol screening, language issues, no whistleblower rights compared to the U.S., certification of mechanics is not as rigorous, obviously, and there's a vast difference in FAA oversight in those countries, even compared with the oversight in this country. Even outsourcing to facilities in this country is a problem compared to working with the OEM manufacturers in terms of maintenance. So how long is this going to continue. It's going to continue as long as the media does not have full-time reporters on these regulatory agencies. They used to, they don't anymore. In fact, the great media coverage of the MAX crashes, and it's been very good, occurred because of these tragedies. There wasn't much coverage of the FAA and the Auto Safety Agency and the Food and Drug Administration and the Federal Trade Commission in the routine process of making sure that they do their job and they have their budget. There's a sort of crazy rule in Washington where the most desperately needed government agencies get the least money from Congress. And the government agencies that are bloated with contracts for big business, subsidies, handouts, giveaways, bailout potential for big business, are drowning in taxpayer money, compliments of an indentured Congress and campaign contributions. And this has got to stop. The life-saving agencies in our government are being strip-mined. They are being starved of talent. The civil service is being demoralized. The public employee unions are being undermined. And this has happened under both Democrat and Republican administrations, although Donald Trump has taken it to a new low of dismantling, literally dismantling, whole regulatory agencies like the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau and the Environmental Protection Agencies. So I want to thank you, and we can have a discussion in a few minutes, but we have to be very candid here. There's no room for self-censorship. There's only room for moral courage. There's no room for deferring. There's no room for saying that the pilots were the last clear chance. As Professor Levinson at MIT said, just about every failure, every operating failure in an engineering infrastructure can go back to system failure. It's the system failure. The Boeing 737 MAX 8 starts with the structural design instability. It doesn't start with screwing up software. The 737-800 NG doesn't need that software because it doesn't have heavy engines that destabilize the center of gravity and make the plane prone to stall. And so it's important to put the pressure on Congress to get moving, to start scheduling these hearings, and do so by giving technical dissenters, union leaders, and consumer advocates full opportunity to put the priorities where they belong. And I want to end on this note. You'll be amused. Our book, Collision Course, with Wesley J. Smith, has a blurb. And here's the blurb. Quote, "If you fly, read this book. When you're done, I guarantee you'll want to call 202-224-3121 and demand that your senator or representative support a reformed FAA and better airline passenger health and safety protection." End quote, 1994. You know who said that? Congressman Peter DeFazio, the current full chair of the House Transportation and Commerce Subcommittee in charge of the FAA, and more specifically, the disaster that took the life of my grandniece and 345 other innocents in Indonesia and Ethiopia due to wholly preventable causes by simply applying traditional aerodynamic safety standards. Thank you.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Ralph. One of the many reasons I was so excited we're going to be here today is because you provide a macro view that most of us in this room don't have. Most of us are self-proclaimed aviation geeks. We're immersed in airlines. And when I read the paper and I see how the Food and Drug Administration allows the pork industry to regulate itself, or, we know what happens on Wall Street. So for us to get some perspective, is the airline industry captured in the same way that these other industries are captured? Is it better or worse for the airlines? Are there factors that make it different when it comes to how the FAA is captured and not providing the oversight that it should of manufacturers and airlines?
Yeah, I mean, I think the airline industry and the aircraft industry have worked their bases. They start with influence in Congress, influence in the White House, influence in the Department of Transportation, all the way down to the FAA. It's really quite, if you look at it from their point of view, a brilliant matrix of influence. Because if you get somewhere with the FAA, you got to worry about the DOT, Secretary of Transportation, and then you got to worry about the congressional committees, and then you got to worry about calls from the White House. I don't think the FAA, the leadership of the FAA can make this decision to unground the Boeing 737-800 MAX, because they've already prejudged the issue. After the crashes, they kept saying with unison with Boeing, the MAX is safe, the MAX is safe, the MAX is safe. And then a few weeks later, they said simulator training is not necessary, contrary to a lot of seasoned pilots. And in issue after issue, they mimicked Boeing. Now, if a judge did that before the decision, the judge would be asked to recuse herself. And I think that Daniel Elwell and his number 2 man have so prejudiced this case, pending their decision to unground the Boeing 737-800 MAX, that they should recuse themselves, and the decision should be made by the new nominee about to be confirmed in charge of the FAA. That they've so prejudiced the case that they cannot make an objective decision.
So it's bleak on the regulatory side. It's bleak on the legislative side. So where do we find the answers for this? Are there models in other industries where there have been victories for consumers, in fighting this tremendous regulatory capture? I mean, you mentioned money, and obviously, it's often not discussed. But the amount of money, just that we know about, if you go to OpenSecrets.org and you see the amount of money that the airline industry and manufacturers give to both parties across the board and to key people in Washington, it's huge. It's staggering.
But no money can combat an informed, organized public. And unions and consumer groups have got to get out there and talk about it. When the situation was similar to this in the 60s with the auto companies, people didn't know that there were recalls, because the auto companies would tell the dealers, recall this car, but don't tell the dealer, just ask them to bring it in for some oil change or something. When the recall started getting announced, then everybody started paying attention to what was going on in Congress. And the members of Congress felt the rumble from the people. So there's got to be a rumble from the people. And it's pretty horrible. But you have the outsourcing problem. People have no idea that these planes, these giant planes, are flown thousands of miles to these countries to save money for the airlines. And then, as you pointed out yesterday, Bill, the airlines try to counteract that, saying, well, if we do it in this country, we're going to have to raise fares. Now, do consumers know how to reply to that? You know how easy it is to reply to that? It's very simple. You're going to raise fares, United Airlines, Delta. How much did you spend in stock buybacks? Don't tell me about raising fares if you've blown money in stock buybacks. How much are you paying your CEOs? You want to save some money? Do you really have to pay the head of Delta $7,500 an hour, 8 hours a day? And how about your profits? Before you take it out of the skin of the consumer, why don't you look at all this money slushing around? People don't know how to argue the case because they're not being properly informed, which is one of the reasons of this gathering, and it's being streamed. Because the disclosure of what's going on between the aircraft manufacturers and the FAA is not very robust publicly. And the NTSB, I think, has to have a safety forum on the 737 MAX. It takes a long time for the NTSB to do its investigations. They're very thorough. They're not political. They're one of the finest agencies in the government. But while this is happening, they had safety forums and safety seminars and conferences, and they need to do that right away because they have great expertise in what's going on now to educate the public.
Well, I'm glad you brought up the issue of pricing in airfares because that's almost a conversation ender in many of these forums. Because whenever you talk about improvements for safety, whether it's about the need to restrain infants, and it's been proven that infants are safer in restraints, and you say, well, then that means that the family has to buy another airline seat, or whether it's this when we talk about, well, we need to bring the work back into the United States, we need to increase, the amount of money being put into airline maintenance programs. Airline industry always responds by saying, you realize that you're going to drive up fares. That is, and it's almost a conversation stopper. I think the time has come to talk about that, to talk about, breaking down more transparency. Well, what goes into a fare? What are the cost structure here?
Sure, like Daniel Ello was before the Senate committee, and they were going after him saying, why are you delegating so much to Boeing? Wholesale delegation. And he used his trump card. He said, for us to do our job that we are now assigning to Boeing under FAA supervision, he claims, would require 10,000 more staff and $1.9 billion more a year. And he totally silenced the legislators. Now, if I was up there asking questions, or if Bill or Kevin, we would have said first, would you please submit for the record a breakdown to justify that kind of expenditure? But the real answer is, so what? You have the entire aerospace industry here at stake. You have hundreds of millions of passengers in the United States at stake. You have millions of workers at stake, and you're worrying about $1.9 billion more a year when your president just added $84 billion to the military budget that the generals never even asked for. $84 billion. Where it's needed and starved, where it's bloated, it's gloated. We don't know how to argue the case. $1.9 billion is peanuts when you see what's at stake here. It's not exactly a transportation system where people can go to railroads or further congest the highways. It's a problem of drones coming. How about that? Burdening the FAA. Drones floating all over the place. How long will it be before the first crash occurs with an airline? A few thousand or a few hundred feet above the ground. So knowledge is liberating. It brings the best out of our moral impulses. It actuates us out of our routines. And the airlines won't be able to make this kind of argument very long because I think the era of their safety record is about over due to their own hand, not just the underinvestment in air traffic control and all that, and that's another story. But they are moving toward as maximum automation as possible. And maximum automation, the arrogance of the algorithms by these electrical engineers driven by management, cut costs, replace workers, is not just augmenting human intelligence. It's replacing human intelligence and overpowering human intelligence. To wit, the Indonesian and Ethiopian crashes. Taking control of the plane away from its own pilots. Once the American people realize that that's the trajectory, I think they're going to wake up and organize. There's nothing more terrifying than being in a plane and realizing that it's not up to the pilots when the crunch comes to save that plane.
So this awful tragedy that touched you and your family, it's created a moment. I mean, this forum today, this summit, was being talked about before, you know, Boeing Max was headlines, but suddenly there's more interest. There's more interest from the media. There's more interest from the public. That's the reality. It seems to be. You know, some of us have been talking about these issues for years, and they fall on deaf ears. You know, so now here we are. And here's a coalition that's pretty rare, consumer advocates and labor advocates in the same room, and multiple labor organizations, which I'm learning about this, you know, that in itself is an achievement. How do we keep the momentum going? How do we, you know, I know that's a very tough question, and I know that you can't answer it in one sentence, but if this is a moment in time, those of us who are concerned, you know, Kevin had a great line a few years ago, this argument that, well, the safety record speaks for itself, therefore everything is fine. Well, the safety record in the Gulf of Mexico was perfect up until the day that Deepwater Horizon, you know, caused this tragedy. So the tombstone mentality from the FAA, and I mean, that's been documented for years. You know, before you mentioned the Southwest Airlines accident last year that killed a woman, what people forget is that it was a mirror event, almost to the T, of an event that occurred 2 years earlier. In 2016, same engine, same aircraft, same airline, Southwest. It was the same type of uncontained engine failure. All the maintenance experts in the room could correct me if I'm saying something wrong. Exact same thing happened in 2016. The difference was, thankfully, that plane landed and no one was hurt. It happened in 2018. Almost scary how similar these two events were.
Yeah.
And this time, a woman lost her life because there was a hole punctured in the fuselage and she was sucked out. And then we saw an AD, an airworthiness directive from the FAA by the end of the week. Now, the first time we didn't. The first time the FAA put it to the airlines and said, well, what's a good time frame for you to inspect the fan blades on these engines? Right? Again, if I'm incorrect on any of these details, somebody please speak up. So it's hard not to say that it's the tombstone agency. It's hard not to say that regulations are written in blood. As soon as there was a death, it took 72 hours. The first time it took 18 months and it still wasn't addressed.
Well, the Congress has a tombstone mentality too. They don't act, if they ever act, until after the tragedies. And for example, there were people urging the FAA after the Cuban hijacks in the 1960s and 70s to harden the doors and toughen the latches on all the aircraft, United Airlines, Delta, and so on. It would cost $3,000 a plane. And they didn't do it. Year after year after year, being urged to do it. Year after year, the FAA didn't do it. And then 9/11 happened, and then Afghanistan happened, and then Iraq happened. The most consequential devastation of non-regulation in American history. And they finally said to the airlines, you better harden the doors and toughen the latches. Isn't that the ultimate tombstone response? And that has gotten almost no publicity at all. So going forward, Senator Blumenthal is about to introduce a bill to turn the FAA into a regulatory agency instead of a consulting firm. And I hope that will be paralleled by adequate budget for the FAA, in addition to more authority. The second is the Boeing 737-800 MAX must never fly again. It's not a matter of software. It's a matter of structural design defect. The plane's engines are too much for the traditional fuselage. And that's standard aerodynamic knowledge. And so what Boeing is trying to do is focus attention on the fix, which has had a glitch, and eventually, by reducing the number of pushing the nose down by the MCAS, be able to blame the pilots if there's any crash in the future. Blame the pilots. They're already starting to have their henchmen in the House, the two Congressman Graves, blamed the pilots during the hearing. And so this is what we're going. We have to hold Boeing accountable. They have to pay a price. The top leadership must resign. Good heavens, they would have resigned in 24 hours in Japan, out of shame. What else more do they have to do than 2 preventable crashes with 340 deaths to resign? If they pinched a woman in the office on the fanny, they would have been required to resign. And they have to have new leadership. And Carolyn Kennedy is on the board, and she should reread her dad's book, Profiles of Courage, and take a stand and demand that they resign, the top officials, and refund the ill-gotten gains. They've been rewarded for their criminal negligence, for repressing their own engineers' judgment to the betterment of airline safety in the company itself. They actually got bonuses. They got more money. The stock buybacks raised the metrics. What kind of perverse incentives are we allowing in executive suite in the USA if they're not held accountable? The least is to lose their jobs, refund their ill-gotten gains, and stand before the Justice Department criminal probe for further sanctions. This is not just an innocent mistake. This is a premeditated corporate strategy to maximize the stock price, to maximize their pay at the expense of everything else.
We're going to allow people to ask questions in a moment, but I just wanted to follow up. One of the few victories that we've seen on airline safety in recent years, again, unfortunately, it was due to tragedy, and that is the families from Buffalo. My sister's here today. We've got to know some of them from Colgan Air, from this crash that took place in 2009, 10 years ago now. They came together like nothing I've ever seen before or since.
Still.
And they, to this day, 10 years later, and in a very short period of time, considering how these things usually go, they strengthened, legislation was passed to strengthen pilot standards, particularly at the regional airlines where it was a bigger problem than at the major carriers.
That's right.
But that was 10 years ago, but
Yeah.
now there are efforts to try and roll that back, even with
Yes.
support from, Captain Sullenberger.
It's amazing how these technical experts say consumer advocates and the families, what do they have to contribute? They don't know how to develop an algorithm. Well, let me tell you, without the families of the 9/11 victims, there wouldn't have been a 9/11 investigation commission to begin with.
Right.
The Bush administration had no plans whatsoever. Not to mention 1,000 other examples, because the families of victims and consumer advocates ask the impertinent fundamental questions. They ask the impertinent fundamental questions. They are not self-censored.
Right. Do we have anyone in the audience that wants to ask a question? We can send a microphone your way. Is it someone over here? Yes.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the press club, Mr. Nader.
Can you speak closer?
Yes.
My name is Julian Kyle Lewis from the American University here in Washington. I was a supervisor in an office on the runway at Reagan National Airport. And if you could imagine the one job in an airport like that nobody would want, it's to be an air traffic controller. Yeah. Because those guys have to deal with so much stress, and the hours are really long, and the benefits aren't what they should be for a job of that stress level. So nobody really wants that kind of job. And when you speak on the remote piloting, companies see an inability of other companies to support the air traffic controllers, so they're not so stressed out that they want to completely take the decision-making ability away from those people and put it into the hands of an algorithm or a computer to decide what to do in those kind of moments, when there are really, humans who are more qualified to be able to talk to another, 20-year veteran pilot who's over the radio with another 20-year veteran pilot to help save lives in those kind of circumstances. So if you could zero in on anything to focus on, from my experience being a supervisor on the runway at Reagan National, it's to focus on the air traffic controllers to get more and some more training and less hours that they're working because they really are overworked and overstressed. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any questions specific to some of the maintenance issues?
I have nothing but awe for air traffic controllers and what they go through. I mean, just imagine those dots, right?
Mm.
They have to be perfect. And there's tremendous pressure on them. They burn out, too. 20 years, you're lucky to do 20 years. So that has to, we didn't pay much attention to this bill, the whole air traffic control.
Sure. I mean, there are so many aspects of safety that we can talk about. I mean, you know.
I mean, things are obviously beginning to break down. They project doubling of the number of air passengers in the next 20 years.
Right.
Doubling. Never mind the drones. So a civilized society puts things in motion that foresee and forestall. You see that, unlike traffic, where you get 150 deaths a day or so, you know, airline traffic is not tolerating of many crashes before the trust in the system breaks down right across the whole continuum. And part of it is because of the last 10 years, the record. And we have to be very cautious about that because people have different tolerances for different causes of fatality. You may not know, but the Johns Hopkins School of Medicine, among other studies, just put out a report a couple years ago. 5,000 people die every week in the U.S. due to preventable problems in hospitals. Let that sink in. 5,000. And the doctors who put out the report said that's the minimum, and it doesn't count clinics and doctor offices. Well, obviously, we have a huge absorptive capacity to tolerate that, right? It isn't even a political issue, an electoral issue, a congressional investigation issue. But the airlines and aircraft manufacturers know very well that the public has very minimal tolerance for crashes before the whole sequence of trust in the system breaks down.
Well, there's also another factor that we were just talking about last night, and that is that unlike most industries where you buy the product continually, staggeringly more than 50% of all passengers in the United States fly less than once a year.
Yeah.
So when you see photos, as Kevin spoke about, of evacuations and people are stopping to get carry-on baggage out of the overhead bin, it's easy to jump on them. I've written about it and say, you know, what are they thinking? But the fact is the FAA and the airlines haven't done a very good job of educating them, making the briefings much more specific to say, by the way, if something happens, you know, just as you do on a cruise ship when they put a life, you know, preserver on you and they say, this is what you need to know. We have another question over here.
Well, Paul Sheeran again, the professional and technical engineers. By the way, I'm the president of the International. We represent the engineers at the Boeing company. And so I really have to, I have to really appreciate what you said, Mr. Nader, with regards to no room for self-censorship. And I wanted to make a statement with regards to this and also point out the pressure that we believe is actually coming on the unions from the Boeing company. So within this, this arena, back in 2000, there was a strike by engineers at the Boeing company, the largest strike of engineers in the history of the United States. 20,000 engineers went on strike when they tried to kill that union. As a result of that, the FAA certification engineers, which we represent, were out on strike. There was one airplane that was delivered during that time frame, and I believe that was a 747 freighter that was already completed. After that airplane stopped leaving because nobody was able to certify these aircraft to leave the facility, the Japanese came into the factory and put pylons around their aircraft and said nobody's going to touch this plane until the engineers are back. So at the end of that strike, which was 40 days later, which, by the way, the final negotiations for that strike were held inside the offices of the AFL-CIO, where we forced Boeing management to come to finalize that negotiation process. The realization within management, we believe, was that they, in fact, needed to make a change to the certification process and how this was done. So by the time we got from 2000 to 2005, then there were some significant changes to the certification process. And within some of the changes, there were changes made again in 2011 and I believe in 2013. But initially, the engineers, when they saw a problem that they thought they needed to they go beyond their certification, they would take it to an FAA government engineer. Boeing put a roadblock in front of that, where if they thought that the problem was significant enough, they went to Boeing management, and now there was a discussion about whether it was going to go to an engineer or to an FAA engineer or not. Now, Boeing would probably tell you that there's no pressure put on under those circumstances, but I can tell you, anytime you go to a Boeing manager, that in and of itself is a threatening process. But that's kind of some of the loop that has happened in this process. Now, needless to say, you haven't heard a lot of comment from our local, and frankly, it's probably a little risky for me, that with regards to comments, making a statement with regards to even what the engineers have to say about this. And I've had some heated conversations with regards to that, and they are hesitant to make so much as a statement. The workers in the workplace are told not to talk to anybody. That includes the union. So anyway, I just wanted to bring that forward, and thank you very much for your statement.
That's a good point. There's a lot of intimidation of unions and workers. And you know, the companies have the cards. They have a lot of the cards. And not just at negotiation time with automation and so on. There ought to be a way where certain people can speak out without retaliation, protecting the other people who can't speak out unless because of retaliation. That's another discussion.
One of the themes I think we're going to hear all day today is transparency. Representative Garamendi talked about it. I talked about it with the Bill of Rights that we put forth, the Safety Bill of Rights, which we hope you'll look at and endorse.
The Bill of Rights is natural. It's part of a larger Bill of Rights.
Right.
This is a Bill of Rights
specific to
maintenance,
right,
outsourcing.
Right, and there's a lot of work to be done in other areas, but you know, we do have that clause in there about transparency, about the history of the aircraft, about where the work is done, how the work is done. How important is that, the transparency to educate?
Transparency is, you know, the old story, information is the currency of democracy. If you don't have information, you don't have knowledge. You don't have knowledge, how do you act? How do you hold anybody responsible? That's why corporations love secrecy, because it's a shield against accountability. But if those outside, you know, watching this being streamed are saying, yeah, but the last 10 years were terrific.
Right.
Well, here's what's happened, is the engineers have made it terrific by redundancy, in addition to all the operating experts from air traffic control. Redundancy is what deals with all kinds of modes of failure mode analysis. The MCAS didn't have redundancy. That's where the disaster occurred. And that's where the suppression by Boeing executives and managers of dissenting Boeing engineers hit the road. They were not allowed, first, to design the plane in a stable, non-prone to stall way, because the commercial drive to compete with Airbus 320 Neo, and second, they were not allowed to exercise their professional obligation of redundancy plus simplicity. The greatest engineering achievements recognize simplicity and redundancy. Now, this has got to come out in congressional hearings. They can't just fiddle around, you know, and have a hearing every 2 months. I heard that Senator Wicker, who's the chair of the Senate committee, said he's not going to have Boeing officials come to testify until the FAA does its recertification. Talk about closing the barn door after the horses have fled. So we need to put the pressure on members of Congress.
So much of this seems to be about transparency, as we said, because I can't believe that that consumers act as the airline industry says they do. The airline industry, it's a truism that's accepted, which I think is false,
Yeah.
that consumers only care about the lowest fare. And it's really hard to come up with another industry. I wrote a column about it recently. I said, if I buy store brand milk and it's 30 cents cheaper by the gallon than another, and it's sour, I wanted that. I asked for, an inferior product. All of us want to find the lowest fare because it's the most complex pricing mechanism on the open market. That's what economists have told me. It's created a whole cottage industry of people telling you, well, you have to go in on Tuesday morning at 10 o'clock, and no, you have to go in on Wednesday at 4 o'clock. Where else is that? The price of a sofa, the price of a car, the price of a loaf of bread. But it's that complexity that I think is part of the problem with the transparency.
Oh, yeah.
And so this thing that's said as a given on Wall Street and in airline executive suites, well, all passengers care about is the lowest fare. Well, I think they're going to care to know more about where their planes are fixed. So I guess in just finishing up with you, this is a question I was going to ask you personally, but I'm going to ask it publicly now. As you know, we have consumer advocates in the room, we have labor advocates. The hardest thing at all at times when you're fighting this amount of money and the deep pockets, how do you stay motivated to continue the fight?
Well, you have a passion for justice, which breaks down into health, safety. I mean, who can, with equanimity, look at the deaths and injuries and ailments that could have been prevented and sit around and play bridge? I mean, I couldn't. Not that I know how to play bridge. But it's just as simple. It's the way we should be raised, right? And so some people do more of it than others, but the only way they do is because there's a core of moral principles reflected in the majority of the people in the culture. Once those moral principles of fair play and justice, health and safety get eroded, once the expectation levels get driven down, and the consumer advocates have almost nothing to work with, Bill, even if they have information. What the people in Congress fear the most is rumble from the people back home. That's what and that's what makes the consumer advocates more effective. Not only having knowledge and having stamina, but they represent majority of what Abraham Lincoln called the public sentiment, or we call public opinion today. And but the job will never finish. But we're going into new unknown territory with artificial intelligence, so-called. It's very dangerous because it fits very well with the replacement of human beings as workers and the maximization of profit. And you see that with Amazon. Sometimes I think Jeff Bezos' main goal is, in a certain number of years, he presides over this massive empire that's totally robotic, except for him. I mean, the problem is we don't have any public discussion here of this. That's why this session is so important. PBS, NPR, others, they really should discuss where automation is taking us.
Well, you've given us plenty to think about. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
Appreciate
thank
it.
you.
Bill,
I'm sorry. Yes.
I wanted to raise the issue that I had talked with you about. You talk about the FAA recertificating the 737 MAX, but the only legal document that I've seen grounding the airplane is an order of prohibition. The FAA normally uses certificate action against either the type certificate, the airworthiness certificate, or an airworthiness directive. So the order of prohibition doesn't affect the certificate or the type or the airworthiness certificate. So technically, withdrawing the order of prohibition would allow the aircraft to fly. So when you talk about the FAA not attacking the 737 MAX, I think that the legal order that they used supports what you're saying.
That's well said.
Loretta Alcalay was many years at the FAA as an attorney. Yeah.
If you don't already, contact Paul Hudson of FlyersRights.org, because sometimes they don't follow their own procedures, and to put it mildly. So.
intentionally because they did not want to attack the aircraft. So it supports what you're saying, that the FAA never thought there was anything wrong
Yes.
with the 737 MAX. And part of the proof is that they did not pull the type certificate, they did not pull the airworthiness certificate, and they did not issue an airworthiness directive. So,
And more fundamentally, Congressman David Price, who is chair of the Appropriations Committee for the FAA and other transportation agencies, told me recently, he said, after 8 iterations, when does the 737 become a new plane requiring certification? And the FAA doesn't even want to pay attention to that. I mean, 8 iterations plus the MAX, that's a new plane, especially with the aerodynamic problem. And nobody publicly is demanding that. The reporters have to get on that. The fundamental challenge now of the FAA say this plane's got to be recertified, and if it doesn't meet aerodynamic stability standards, it's not going to fly again.
And you know, that's a three-way dance with the FAA, Boeing, and the airlines, because it's also in the airlines' best interest to say for their people, maintenance and pilots, the training is not going to be as intensive and is not going to require time off the line, et cetera. I spoke to an old colleague of mine from the airlines at Delta who said that you know, there's pressure there as well, because you call it, you know, if you build a brand new aircraft from scratch, then it's going to require more time for training. So, I mean, these are issues that need to be looked at.
For sure. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sorry we're in over, Kevin.
That was worth it. Thank you, Bill and Ralph. That was really excellent. A lot of great insights. We're going to move up our break and take it now for 15 minutes. And those of you watching from the live stream will be right back. Outstanding.
Yeah, good.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
Kevin.
Thank
Thanks,
you very
Kevin.
much. Great job, Bill.
Sounded great up there. Thanks, sir. Pleasure.
I'm planning to start.
Okay. Should I put the mics? We're good on the break. We're still. Yeah. Yeah, most important. It's a comfortable in your city. Only six to two moderators to stand. So we'll just put, which side are you? Only six to two. I got you covered. I'll tell them.
Hey, check. Hey, check. 2. Check. 1 2. check, 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 check. 1 2 1 2. Test, test. Testing 1 2 1 2. Hey, check, check, check. 1 2. And our last table mic. Hey, check, check, check. 1 2 1 2. Hey, test, test, test. 1 2 1 2. Got that one? Hey, hey, check, check, check. Hey, check, 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 check. Hey, check, check, check. It's probably the board.
Pete. Pete. Pete.
What do you think of DOT IG? It's pretty good, isn't it? I'm going to stand by comparison on this thing.
Yes, good by comparison. If Congress would just give them just a little more confidence, I think they get more. I mean, they're important.
1 2. Hey, test, test, test. Test, test, test. 1 2. Hey, check, check. Yep.
Check, 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 check. Check, check. Check, hey.
One more. He's got one more in the back.
Thanks, brother. How you doing? Brian? Mike Gonzalez. Nice to meet you.
What's up organized this?
Right on. It's a great venue. Thanks for doing it.
I will make sure if I
Well, I don't have to call the first panel up. They're up. If we could get organized in our seats, we're ready to go.
Dong, dong.
Gary Peterson's in the bathroom as soon as he's here.
Okay.
See, and Brett. I don't know. He's gonna be there. I'm gonna be here. We're standing. I do not want to sit. There
you go.
I'm sorry. That's all right. It's too hot up there. It's hotter as you get up.
What is it?
All right. We're going to now start our first panel, and Bill McGee and Justin Madden will be our moderators today. Welcome to everyone.
That's right. Can you stand up there?
Sure. Want to introduce yourself, Justin, and we'll go down the line?
Yes, my name is Justin Madden. I'm the Legislative Affairs Director for the Aircraft Mechanics Fraternal Association.
Hello, my name is Brett Astrake with Aircraft Mechanics Fraternal Association, National Director.
Good morning. My name is Michael Gonzalez. I am the Professional Aviation Safety Specialist, Region 4 Vice President, representing aviation safety inspectors and support staff that are employed by the FAA.
Gary Peterson, TWU International Vice President.
Sarah McLeod, Executive Director, Aeronautical Repair Station Association.
John Golia. I'm a board member at the maintenance, the TMAC, which is the Mechanics Coalition, as well as former NTSB board member, and I've probably worn more hats than many people. Can't hold a job.
I thought it was shouldn't hold a job.
Here we go.
That was from a friend.
John and I teach together. My name is Loretta Alclay. I teach at Vaughn College of Aeronautics and Technology. I'm retired from the FAA, where I was the head of the legal office in New York for 30 years, and now I do some consulting and teaching. And John and I co-teach.
And fight. Disagree. We don't fight. We disagree.
I'm Bill McGee, and I'm quickly at my welcome. I promise is the last time I'll be up here today. Author and consumer advocate and former airline employee myself. Great. So, outsourcing of aircraft maintenance. Is it a problem? If so, why? If so, why not? That should get us started. Who's going to jump in? Mike, you hit the buzzer before anybody else did. You're first.
Bingo. Do I have to answer in the form of a question?
No, you don't have to form of a question, no.
Well, that is an outstanding question to start with, and I think that's a topic that we've been discussing besides this morning in great length, but for many years. Personally, professionally, being an aviator for 50 years, certificated mechanic, pilot, etc., regulatory entity working for the FAA, and now as a union advocate and a representative of my union. Outsourcing is just a bad juju. And what do I mean by juju? It's we cannot oversee adequately any outsourced maintenance that's over in China, Asia, Europe, et cetera, et cetera. There were some comments made earlier about we no longer have international field offices, or the FAA no longer has international field offices. That is true overseas. There are still 4 offices in the United States, and our men and women that we represent, that PASS represents, they travel exclusively going overseas. And of course, what was brought up earlier is that there's got to be State Department approval, there has to be prior notifications, et cetera, et cetera. So there's no notice inspections anymore. So as it was brought up earlier by the team here, they know we're coming. And unlike maybe here domestically, where we can stop in at any given moment, just driving down the road, and an inspector decides, hey, I'm going to stop in, and based on risk now, they're going to stop and take a look. And, you know, we're always going to find something. That's not really the issue. The other issue always comes up is outsourcing maintenance or in-house maintenance any different, any more reliable. I don't know that we have any facts on that or any data to base my opinion on it. I've been to many MROs overseas that are pristine. I've been to many MROs here in the United States that, you know, I wouldn't even sweep a broom in that place. But so we just need to bring that the economy of our aircraft maintenance and our business back on our shores, so we can control it, so we can make money, so we can build our occupation, and that's another subject to talk about. But I think that's about it on the outsourcing bit.
Who else has thoughts on the panel? Yes.
Yeah, Gary Peterson, Transport Workers Union. Again, Bill, you brought it up in the earlier session, and I think it's the double standard of rules. And great statement there about how different internationally how things operate and what the rules of engagement are compared to a domestic mechanic in the U.S. I'm FAA certificated, and we're not working at any time. I'm glad to see inspectors out doing their work, and they come up, talk to us on the regular. Internationally, they have to give notice, they have to serve, and we've been through that piece. But more critical, just the standard drug and alcohol testing. There is no standard. The laws are in place here, but they can't enforce them there. It's just a fundamental question of not if, but when. And again, the standards, all things being equal, aren't equal. And until somebody can justify that with quantifiable data, which we know there is none. That's what we're up against, and unfortunately, none of us want to see a tragic event create a question of why didn't we address this sooner? And I'll go one step further with the security issue, because I've been on this for years, and that is the transformation and how we're going to increasingly more avionics-packed aircraft. And I have some avionics guys here. I'm not an avionics specialist by any means. But how that packaging now plays into the aircraft and how susceptible things are when we lose control of who's actually touching the airplane. And internationally, it's absolutely a given, and I challenge anybody to dispute that there is no control mechanism for who or how or when they're touching the airplane. And my biggest concern is at some point this is going to hit home, and it's going to be way too late.
Okay. Others have thoughts on the panel?
Yeah,
Yes.
I'd like to just touch base on the certified versus non-certified technicians. That's a huge. How many people in this room realize that there's non-certified technicians working on aircraft? Yeah, pretty alarming. That is the big thing for me, certified technicians, especially dealing with the foreign outsourcing. Obviously, you guys have touched on the surprise visits. It takes 30 days in order for you to go get any type of visit there. You look at the passenger bill of rights right here. There's not one thing on here that's not reasonable ask, right? And it's just it's asinine that there's that big of a gap between certified technicians and non-certified when you're doing foreign outsourcing, and there's really no cap on that ratio. So that's a big concern of mine.
I think Loretta also wants to speak.
Yeah, I was going to say that the backbone of aviation safety is, of course, voluntary compliance. There will never be enough inspectors, enough government employees, enough resources. However, FAA oversight is important in encouraging voluntary compliance, and FAA enforcement is important or critical to deterring violations. And when you talk about there's so many impediments to enforcement or investigations overseas. There's a lot of impediments in the U.S., don't get me wrong, but overseas there are significant legal impediments to the FAA. We've already mentioned the fact that you can't do no-notice inspections, but the investigatory tools that we take for granted in the U.S., the FAA has nationwide service of subpoenas. The FAA can subpoena documents, subpoena records, and those records can be, those subpoenas can be enforced in federal courts to the point where, in one of my cases, somebody actually went to jail for refusing to comply with a subpoena. So those are not available. The other issue is that with so many uncertificated operators, there's no individual accountability. With so many uncertificated maintenance workers, there's no individual accountability. So you can't pull a certificate for somebody overseas if they don't have a U.S. certificate, and you can't enforce civil penalties overseas. So there's a lot of significant legal impediments.
So that's it. What's the recourse for the FAA against a foreign repair station where a number of their employees fail to follow procedures, say significant procedures? It's discovered after an incident. What's the recourse for the FAA?
Non-renew of the Part 145 certificate.
Okay.
And obviously, if it was an individual mechanic, their certificate could be pulled. It's harder, of course. But the bottom line is, ladies and gentlemen, is we're in contract maintenance. So if we have issues with it, we've got to start dealing with it in whatever manner, because the country of registry controls the maintenance. If you want to fly to foreign countries, we have to figure out either to fly mechanics with every flight, which I'm not going to make that decision for the airlines, and neither is anybody in this room, or we have foreign repair stations. But that is the the law of the land is that the country of registry controls the maintenance. And we do control the maintenance. I can understand that we don't oversee it enough, et cetera, but we got to get a grip here. This has been going on for 50 years. It's more and more. We probably maxed at 70% of all maintenance on all aircraft being quote unquote outsourced, contracted. So what's our real issues, and let's start, addressing them. And I think that security is certainly something that we have to look at, although if you're talking about aircraft security, there are, at least in most of our bilateral foreign countries, very strong equivalent security. Not the what if stuff right now, right? Let's just deal with there is security. And we have to be careful of the EASA Part 66 rules, because I think there's a lot of mechanics in the United States that may not be able to comply with some of the experience requirements before you can sign off on aircraft. They've got type ratings, for cripe's sake, in Europe and Canada. So there are a couple of countries that have as strong, if not stronger, rules in Part 65. So I don't have a problem with contract maintenance, obviously. And I can't fight every perceived problem, but I think that we need to start off on the basis that Part 43, which is what controls maintenance for everybody, it says each person must perform maintenance properly. Each person, that's the individual and the corporation. Now we're talking about people that aren't doing that, then now we're talking about enforcement.
But you would agree there's a difference between a U.S. airline operating scheduled service in a foreign country and, as you say, having to rely on some measure of local support there, and a U.S. airline that ferries empty aircraft to foreign countries where they don't even have service, as we know happening now in El Salvador, for example. There's an airline in the United States that ferries empty aircraft to El Salvador to be repaired, when obviously that work could be done in the United States. They're not even serving that they're not even serving San Salvador with scheduled service. So there is a distinction there, no?
Sure, there's a legal distinction. I'm a lawyer, I can split hairs. You're getting pretty good at it.
I'm an amateur.
But the bottom line is that the rules are the rules, and no matter how you want to slice that, the reason that I'm sending it someplace else. I wasn't going to try to debate you, Bill, about what your perception of contract maintenance is. I
No,
just won't.
and
But
I'm just saying there's a difference though, right?
Obviously not in accordance with the rules. 43 is 43. It doesn't change where I go. Sorry, you understand, the rule doesn't change.
Right.
You questioning it, of course, can change.
Okay.
Let's take a deeper dive into the use of airframe and power plant mechanics versus non-certificated mechanics. Overseas, we have 22-to-1 ratios. We have higher ratios than we have in the U.S., which is 2-to-1. What makes the use of an airframe and power plant mechanic so important to safety-sensitive aircraft issues?
Want me to take that one?
You can to anybody. This is to all.
Thanks, Justin. So you were going where my next point was, and that's exactly, and again, this wasn't planned this way, but just some numbers, 15 and 20 plus to 1 ratios. Some locations, nobody certificated. I think the engine that was repaired in Brazil, we've come back to find that nobody was certificated. The facility was, but none of the folks, and I won't call them technicians or mechanics because they're not. Okay, that's the distinction I think we need to make right off the bat, is somebody that helps me is not a mechanic, they're a helper. They're there to assist, and when they're on their own doing work without somebody that's actually been through all the training that we're required to do, that signs off on the responsibilities that we agree to, which is human lives, the facility can't bring back people. We have to live with the consequence of that. I've worked with people that worked on a DC-10 that crashed in Chicago. You can't change that person from the impact that had. So when I worked with them, they gave me great knowledge and power of understanding what my airframe and power plant certificate means. So to your point, I guess what we're trying to advocate for is some baseline where it is accountable back to the flying public to say, hey, this is how many aircraft mechanics to helpers, as I would describe them, are out there. What's more preposterous is we've now gone across to where in line maintenance, we're finding that non-certificated people are working live airplanes that don't have a backstop like an MRO, where we have test op pilots, God bless those folks that do that. They do a lot of preliminary checks before they take an airplane out, and I've worked in that world as well. But in line maintenance, there is no secondary fallback. We have live people, live passengers, live crews flying the airplane with no back check once it's in the air, except two alternatives: divert, or the alternative, which is, thank God, we haven't had it yet.
Anybody else any comments?
You know, one of the things that popped into my mind as we were talking, and Sarah made the point, is there's all kinds of different levels of maintenance. So when you're turning an airplane around that just came in from New York to Paris, and it's coming back and it has a maintenance problem, you're outsourcing that maintenance. And I think for the most part, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about when we send an airplane offshore to have a D-check accomplished, which is 30, 40,000 man-hours. That's a different animal than performing maintenance, breakdown maintenance, line maintenance. So that's one of the things that we have to have clearly in our mind, is that there are different levels of maintenance, and what we're really talking about, concerned about, is when they essentially field script an airplane in a heavy maintenance visit, having, you know, the majority of the airplane open for inspections, and what happens to it, and who's performing those inspections, and who's closing it up, and who's taking the responsibility, and what's the level of training of those persons, knowledge, that are doing those tasks. That's what we're talking about, controlling. That's what we ask the FAA to control, and they can't do it because of resources and other reasons. So it's up to us to try to drive some change, to maybe put a fence around it or put a lid on it, or however you want to phrase it. But we have to take control of what happens to these airplanes before they come back in the U.S. and just fly for you know, if you segment a D-check, you're talking about 5 or 6 years before it's looked at again. So, and repair stations in the U.S. that I've spoken to that work on airplanes that have come back, that the check has come back to the States, that was done in a foreign place, they would tell me they can identify the facilities where the work was done when they open it up and see the quality of the things that were missed in the inspections. So we need to, and Sarah is right, we're missing a lot of data, right? And the airlines have been very good at not having their discrepancies ever see the light of day after the airplanes come back from this extensive work outside of the country. Is it better or worse than what we're seeing in their own facilities? We don't know, because the data is hidden, and I don't think we'll ever be able to get our hands on it.
Well, what we do know is that there are repeated complaints from mechanics working for airlines that when aircraft come out of certain stations, a lot of rework needs to be done. So if I know it, if you know it, if other people in this room know it, I suspect that the FAA has to know it. And either they're turning a blind eye or they don't know how to investigate that, but I don't think it's much of a secret that mechanics complain about this. Now, we don't have the data to quantify that, but it's not impossible to get some of that data. The question is, does anyone care to get the data?
And also to sort it and make sure that it's not prejudiced one way or another, because I've been in this industry for 40 years, just like you have, and pilots used to complain about aircraft coming out of their own facilities in the 90 days afterwards, and how many times it shook things loose that weren't expected. So I think that throwing rocks doesn't help that, right? Whether it's foreign or domestic, I really hope everybody understands that the rules say that if I'm a repair station, I have to have a training program that ensures that each person is capable of performing their assigned task, whether that person is certificated or not. I keep kidding Justin about, you know, there's a lot of educated idiots out there, so just because you hold the ticket doesn't mean you know your elbow from other bodily parts. So all of us have to be reminded of that also. So certificated or non-certificated, hopefully they are capable of performing their assigned task and coming to you or somebody that is experienced when you're not. So now, you know, hope is a great thing, but I don't know how the rules can be changed and oversight create responsibility. This is an individual responsibility. I mean, Ralph said that, You know, the system puts pressure on the frontline personnel, pilots, mechanics, and flight attendants. I don't know how the hell that system's ever going to change. So how do we give those people the tools they need to do the job correctly and to say, I'm not signing, you want it to fly, you sign it. I want your, you know, impolite word name on the paper, not mine. So how do we give that strength to the individuals that will always have to face this? Well, unless the artificial intelligence, which, by the way, remember that's an oxymoron on all of its own.
Well, I mean, I've done a lot of cases, as I'm sure others have, as I know Mary Schiavo has seen, where there's intentional falsification of data, where there's pressure put. I mean, nobody wants to talk about it, but there is a criminal element in aviation. It's not all, you know, poor thing didn't know how to do it. I mean, there is a criminal element, and that's a concern too, that we're not going to be able to find that criminal element because we don't really have a system that allows us to find it. And I can give you a recent example of a whistleblower in the last couple of years, and it's not related to repair stations, but it is related to overseas manufacturing, who came forward to the FAA, and I've seen the file that was released, and there were two major issues that I saw. The FAA never went abroad to investigate, and two, it never contacted the foreign government. So is that how we're doing investigations now? That if we get the rare whistleblower from abroad, that we go to the U.S. base and look at paperwork and test a few samples, and that tells us that everything's fine. We don't need to go to the foreign country. We don't need to contact the foreign government.
Hopefully you didn't get that out of what I said, Loretta. That wasn't what I was saying at all, number one. And number two, you'll always have criminals, and we have to be able to have the tools. Does the FAA do its job adequately? You bloody well know that my opinion on that. But we are now sitting in this room asking the government to do more, all right? They're incompetent to begin with. We want them to do more. Help me with this irony that I keep finding.
John was suggesting was not offshoring some of the critical maintenance. I don't think he was suggesting the government do more inspections in foreign countries. I think he was suggesting bringing that work back.
Yes, bringing
it back. You can suggest it, and we can pray and hope for it, but I don't see how that's going to happen. And if it doesn't happen, and we're shoveling against the tide, then what do we do as a backstop to that?
Well, I think the suggestion is if the American people know that there is completely no oversight or extremely limited oversight of work that's done, maybe they'll say, holy smokes. Or as you would say, holy something else.
Well, I mean, we're back to that issue of transparency, right? And I think we're in a room full of experts, and you know, you throw around terms like MRO and A&P, and most people in the room understand it. When you go outside, as we all have, and you talk about what you do, and I've had it happen at, you know, weddings and bar mitzvahs and you name it, and I say, I wrote a book, what'd you write a book about? And I start talking about this, there's just head shakes over and over again. Overwhelmingly, most people that get on airplanes in the United States every day have no idea that repairs are done for U.S. carriers in El Salvador, in China. They tell me I'm wrong, and I say, well, no, I'm not, you know, and they say, no, that can't be. And then the next question invariably is, well, why does the FAA allow that? So, I mean, that's a big part of why we're here today, right, to talk about transparency, and that's what we're hoping to do with this Passenger Safety Bill of Rights. If you go to book a flight now, the DOT requires that the airline, and by the way, there's terrible compliance from the airlines on this, so let's acknowledge that. The airlines are required to say the on-time performance of that flight. So, you know, United flight such and such from Chicago to Houston, it averages 79%, right? We're talking about the same type of transparency on the aircraft itself, on how and where the maintenance is done. We understand this is a robust topic for discussion, and that, you know, we could talk about this all afternoon, but transparency seems to be an important first step here.
Not to pile on Boeing, but you know, in the last few days, there's been disclosures about suspected unapproved parts that have been on some of the 800s, slat tracks in particular. And I've been told that those were manufactured in China. I don't know that to be fact yet, but it would be interesting if it was, in fact, bogus parts that originated outside of the U.S., just what course of action is taken by the government and by the manufacturers on that. So that's an interesting little piece that'll be developing over the next few weeks.
Any other comments?
Yeah, I'd like to just touch basically on the safety sensitive versus, whether you're in foreign or domestic. And when we're dealing with safety sensitive items, we're talking major components, we're talking, landing gear, engine changes, horizontal stabs, changing those out. It's a little bit different than doing a tire pressure check, right? The difference between a certified and non-certified, obviously, is the certified has some accountability. They have skin in the game, and they are accountable and federally mandated by the FAA. So when we're talking about safety-sensitive items, that should be done by a certified technician, whether you're foreign or domestic. So
I can make a case that there's nothing that's done on an airplane that isn't safety-sensitive. I mean, I've had an incident that a maintenance person was changing a coffee maker on an MD-80, and in taking the water line, the water supply line off, all right, tons of water came out before he was able to get it shut off. And all that water went down in the E&E compartment and did a good job on all the radios and electronic gear down below. Never said a word to anybody, all right? And we know what...
Was that a certified mechanic, John?
Yeah, it was a certified mechanic.
Never said a word to anybody. did
Never
he?
said a word to anybody, trying to cover his mistake. All right, so tire pressure. There's a video running around about a mechanic that failed to service the tire in Saudi Arabia on I believe it was a Canadian registered airplane, and had a tire fire on takeoff. And what did they do? They retracted the landing gear. So now the fire's not out there in the landing gear, it's in the wheel well, and that airplane crashed. So there was really no job that's not safety. People have to be trained, and people have to be held accountable. And then we just don't have that assurance in some locations that that's happening. Do I think that's happening in Europe with the licensing they have? And not only Europe, but other countries that follow that licensing? I think it is. I think they have the accountability. But when we get out into other areas where the accountability is not there, I mean, Loretta mentioned the case of unapproved parts or bogus parts that came out of China for a U.S. manufacturer, not a airline, or not a Boeing, but somebody else. In the parts, I've seen some of the documents that came from that whistleblower, essentially, to his own company. Those documents went to his own company complaining, a big stack, and nothing was dealt. Nothing was done about it. So we've got problems. I think Sarah's right. We've got to find a mechanism to address those problems. We can recognize them today. We may not have the data that would satisfy an engineer, and they always hide behind never enough data. In fact, I've never met an engineer that has enough data. But we need to find a mechanism to deal with some of these problems, to get some changes, because it is a slippery slope, and sooner or later we're going to pay the price.
But isn't that also an added layer of security in that a certificated person can lose their certificate and therefore lose their livelihood? Now, when I worked in the airline industry many years ago, I was a licensed dispatcher, not a mechanic, but I had a friend who was a mechanic, and he did not disclose something that was very safety critical. I understand your point that safety critical, but very safety critical. And he was caught, and he did not work for 6 months because his license was suspended. So he was home without pay. Now, if he had not been certificated, I suppose in theory he could have picked up his toolbox and moved to another city and gotten a job somewhere else. But he was dependent on his license to earn his living. So I would think that that's an added layer of security for all of us.
In the United States.
In the United States, yes.
Right. Unfortunately, that doesn't happen overseas. Because again, as we brought that topic up, you have one certificated entity, maybe whether it's the MRO, the 145, or even having an accountability manager that is a certificated person over 25, 30 people. And that's not the real big issue. There's some real talent over there. The other thing is there's a language barrier. There is a culture barrier. There's interpretation of what our guidance says, what the FARs say, the Federal Aviation Regulations, what the maintenance manual says, what the structural manual says. Excuse me. And these people, just due to culture, don't interpret it the same way an American does that has been educated here. So, you know, going back to what Sarah brought up earlier, and the oath of a mechanic, a certificated mechanic with an airframe power plant rating, means a lot to a lot of us. I mean, that is a license that we hold very dear, a certificate we hold very dear to our hearts. And we would not risk that. We will not take shortcuts, etc. We have an oath, a mechanic's creed that we follow. It's just like an attorney. It's just like a doctor. We have people out there that take shortcuts. So I know most of our mechanics out there are top notch and they do an excellent job. And the safety record proves it. But, you know, like anything else, we stretch that rubber band, we slice that Swiss cheese, and accidents do happen. So our goal is let's mitigate those. Let's find out where those holes are, how to change that. I think Sarah brought up a good point. FAR Part 65, the certification of mechanics. Maybe we need to look at EASA and get type ratings on particular makes and models of aircraft for our mechanics. Get them trained, get them brought up to date. Many A&Ps out there, mechanics, they've never been back to any kind of training. Maybe they get a Airbus school or a Boeing school once in their life, and that's it. So I yield my time.
Let's switch gears here a little. So what do you say to the argument that efforts to decrease outsourcing negatively impacts the competitiveness of industry, thereby giving foreign countries an advantage? What do you say to that argument?
Simple. It's economics. It's cheaper. That's why the airlines are going that route. They're sending products overseas because man-hour rates are are inexpensive compared to what we have to pay here.
Gary?
Yeah, let me just hit on that. Let's take it one step further. American Airlines has built a $100 million facility in Brazil and is investing in Brazil, taking those jobs out of America for a very specific reason, cost. But the question now becomes, once you go with that cost-driven factor, is where's the oversight? Where is again, back to the airframe and power plant certificates, who's touching the airplane and how is that oversight going to interact? Again, I work in line maintenance. I've worked in base maintenance. I've sat many hours and spent a lot of time with FAA inspectors because they're in our backyard. And I challenge anybody to tell me how many times somebody's been in that facility in Brazil doing any type of oversight on the folks that are working there that are not all licensed A&Ps. There's a handful, but who knows what's going on down there? And again, there's that oversight doesn't exist. So does, again, the redundant systems that are put in place, we see that working. The problem is we're relying on redundancy instead of aircraft maintenance and what we're supposed to be doing, which created the redundant systems, by the way, were crashes. We're backsliding into something that could become catastrophic and uncontrolled, and by that time, you can't put it back in the bottle. That's the concern we have. And again, I'm going to say domestically, the numbers are completely different in the outsourced facilities. How those things are addressed by the FAA, completely a different standard, and I'm not by no means attacking what we do here domestically. The question comes, how on foreign land do we invoke rules in countries that don't have to follow what we do? The drug and alcohol thing is just the simplest of equations that's been in place for several years now, and nobody is forced to do it overseas. Yet domestically, it happens on a daily basis with our mechanics and folks that are in safety-sensitive positions, to Brett's point. You can't have a double standard and expect this not to go south.
Yeah, but let's be real. I mean, there are issues in the U.S., too. There is issues with FAA oversight in the United States. There's issues with uncertificated repair stations. and the work that's done here. The question, though, is that it's just exacerbated by being outside the country. So, I mean, I don't think anyone should say, wow, you know, maintenance in the U.S. and oversight of maintenance is 100%. It's just that out of the country, it's exacerbated by the lack of similar standards, the lack of oversight, and things like that, in my opinion.
And the economics of it, you know, I've been looking at the economics in China. And the cost of doing maintenance in China, if it wasn't for the fact that the Chinese government is suppressing the dollar, their equivalent of the dollar over there, the U.S. carriers would be looking for another country to do the work, because they've raised the cost up that it's not comparable, but the difference is not enough now to justify moving the airplanes and the parts and everything over to China to get the work done. And I suspect that that's part of the reason why Brazil's come up, and there's probably going to be additional Brazils in the future in the stagnation of what goes over to China. There's, what did I say? I think the number is over 30 repair stations in China. So the size of the work going to China is considerable. But once if they ever float their currency, and that's probably one of the reasons why they're not going to float it, because there's a lot of industry over there that would probably be shifting elsewhere. You know, we might be making our sneakers in South America, and then they wouldn't be coming up here looking for jobs. So, I mean, there's a lot of moving parts in this equation. But the concern about safety is unique to the aviation side, because no one's worried about safety in a sneaker.
I would like to touch on the El Salvador, just roughly how much money those individuals make, anywhere from $2 to $7. I believe that's what it was per hour. You do a comparison to what the domestic side of things are, it's right around $30 an hour, $35 an hour. There is a considerable amount of cost that they're willing to, and I say risk, right? Do a risk assessment on nothing's happened yet, right? We can do it cheaper for less money. You know, I can speak firsthand as far as speaking for negotiations. They want that language in negotiations. You can't negotiate with a company that wants to use that leverage, right, to go cheaper outside, and that's why we're here. We have to utilize legislation because we can't negotiate it.
So I'm going to argue with John real quick, actually, about the sneaker, because I think the Duke men's basketball team might want safety in a sneaker. Go ahead.
Sarah, I think you wanted to.
Okay, so like I've said, I've listened to the FAA changing its culture for 40 years, and we've now got, bad yogurt? I don't know that this is the way to do it, gentlemen. You guys are going to take this up on Capitol Hill, and of course, ARSA is going to say, no, this Bill of Rights is going to cost money unnecessarily, and we're going to be in a whizzing contest over this. So what can we agree on? How about the fact that every country in the world is having trouble with blue-collar workers? We don't have enough in this country. We're not going to have, if we brought every job back, we wouldn't have enough people. We can't even get enough people today to do the aircraft that are being done in the country. FAA is sucking wind when it comes to replacing aviation safety inspectors and engineers. We're all cutting each other's throats to get, somebody back for 15 cents an hour, et cetera. So I think there's some number one, this is hugely complex. Number two, I think teaching our people to use their hands again and getting pride in the blue-collar worker is going to be a huge problem for the United States that is pushing everybody to college. I go to IA renewal courses. I train if you are an A&P mechanic with an inspector's authorization, you have to take 8 hours of training every year. Some of these people are wheeled in wheelchairs because we're so prideful of that mechanic certificate that we hold on to it way beyond the chance that it really should be kept. When I ask people, are you sending? Yeah.
I fit that model.
I love you.
So do I, Sarah.
Yeah, I got it, man, and I'm gonna say, look in your own backyard. Well,
Barry,
in the mirror. Just 2 seconds more.
No, go ahead.
Done.
Go ahead, sir.
At any rate, when I ask them, are you sending your children to college, 2/3 of you will raise your hand. And when I say when they graduate, are they living in your basement, another half of you will raise your hands. So I think we got to get pride back in the blue collar worker. And it's got to start with us.
Gary?
Okay, so I'm gonna speak against that. I watched 1,000 jobs go up, the opportunity for 1,000 jobs go up in Chicago in the elevator union, and within 30 minutes they were full. 1,000 people lined up to say, I want that job. Why? Great wages, great benefits. And again, domestically, what we've seen is wage stagnation and the loss and cut in benefits in this industry. And you make a great point. The A&P ticket has great value. And the Elevator Constructors Union, I can speak for that personally, takes every one of our guys immediately as quick as they can. Why? Because they're willing to pay the wage and they're willing to provide the benefits. That's the companies. That's not the Elevator Constructor Union. That's the companies that defend the trade that they produce. And I've had it said to me by airline executives, they can't move the building, but we can certainly move the airplane south of the border. And that's exactly where the problem lies, in that mentality. Our international president hit it on a couple weeks ago. $3 billion isn't enough in profit. We need more. We want to drive those jobs outside the country. We need more. Why? So when we lose an airplane, we have nothing, so the industry goes back into chaos? Because that's where it's headed. And you can dispute that all you want, but it's just a matter of time where one of us is going to be proven wrong. And I'm hopeful it isn't me, and I'm hopeful it isn't you. I'm hopeful we can find a resolution. And again, I think what I've heard being introduced here is some sort of standardization. The Form 41 data is false. We know that. Spirit certainly does not outsource zero maintenance yet, and I'm not picking on Spirit, because I look American, and I see American says 31% on one sheet, but yet we know it's way higher than that internally, the data we get, because that's the company I'm with. So where is the truth in what we're looking for? And again, it goes back to, I don't want to hear that there's not people that want to be blue-collar workers. My nephew had a choice between American Airlines and the elevator union. He chose the elevator union because I begged him not to come in this industry, because of what's happened to the A&P and how degraded we've become by profitability, foreign outsourcing, and the fundamental thought process that anybody can work on an airplane. It's not that complex.
So that also dovetails with the quote, I'm putting air quotes around it. We know it's a real thing that there's a pilot shortage. We know that it's a real thing that there's a mechanic shortage. But I put air quotes around it because, well, how did that happen? It didn't happen because in a country of 330 million people that invented the airplane, nobody wants to be a pilot anymore. Absolutely. But
And
in the
I'll
wake
answer
of
that.
Colgan Air and the rest of it,
Right.
obviously it's a different industry to enter to be a pilot than it was 20, 30, 40 years ago. So the
And
shortage,
again-
it may be real, but it was created by the industry itself, no?
Absolutely, and I'll speak to that. So wage stagnation and cuts in benefits. Why do you go in an industry that's 24/7, 365 to be away from your family on holidays, weekends, and all those things? Either you love aviation, which the group up here obviously does, or you're a young kid today looking at, how am I going to feed my family? And the regionals are a great example. You can work in a lot of places making the same amount of money on a day shift, selling the sneakers made somewhere else, by the way, or maybe in some cases at the McDonald's running the cash register, rather than signing off a logbook and putting yourself in a liable situation. That you absolutely hit it. There's very few. It's a very small industry, and John can speak on this as well. That when you get in the regional, people aren't going to the regionals anymore. The percentage used to be 7% difference between American Airlines and what was American Eagle in a mechanic. Today, you can't even touch the scale of a mechanic at American when you're working at Envoy. Why is that? 70 lives matter the same as 300, right?
And from the consumer perspective, the ticket is sold by American, not by Envoy.
Absolutely.
I'm reinforcing
but
what you're saying.
My point is,
You know,
we do.
that's
what
another
we
form of
do
outsourcing.
Is we sign that the flight crew and the passenger are going to get from point A to point B safely. And the concern that I think we all are expressing is the gap keeps getting wider and wider, and at some point we're going to face what they say is a shortage. I agree with that, but why don't people want to come in this industry? Is because when you look at what they're offering to pay you, for the work and responsibility you're given? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make economic sense at that point. That's to Brett's point in negotiations. We can't negotiate with a company that's making $3 billion when they don't want to bring people to work here. They'd rather build in Brazil, and clearly said that their intent is to keep going further and further south with our work.
Well, that's staying on that point. Boeing's does a technician outlook every year for the next 20 years out. And the last one they did was in 2018. Worldwide, they need 754,000 technicians. The U.S. alone, 189,000. The biggest one, I believe, was, I don't have the number here, but the biggest one was in Asia, over 200,000 technicians. So it's not just a U.S. issue. It's going to be an issue worldwide. This question is to Sarah. How is this going to affect the MRO outlook moving forward, the shortage?
Well, it's already affecting it. We just did a study on this. Obviously, aircraft are a bunch of parts flying in close formation, ladies and gentlemen, so my group doesn't just represent airframe heavy maintenance. It's every single part and piece part on the aircraft, and it's a little bit easier to get a job in an engine shop where it's 9 to 5, et cetera, as opposed to an airline. I mean, that's not the entire world of aviation mechanics, just so you know. I think we're just sucking wind when it comes to this. We've got our own government. The GAO does a study and says, well, we really couldn't find this mechanic shortage because the Department of Labor doesn't really count mechanics. They count pilots. And then when we went, as ARSA, to the Department of Labor and said, well, it was polite worded because I was writing, they said, well, we don't follow whether or not it's certificated or not. That's not what's important to us. I said, but you count pilots. They can't fly without the mechanics signing the damn thing. What do you mean? So again, we're not completely in line with our own government when it comes, we fought that, and we're trying to get mechanics as an actual labor, tracker, right? You have to have a certificate. But when you fight your own government on it, it's very difficult. See, these are the areas that I'm hoping that we can come to some agreement at the end.
And again, more transparency about that thing. In other words, does the data reflect hours spent on the work, or is it dollars spent? It's two very different things, right? So again, more data.
To Sarah's point, it's maintenance employees, which is whoever they throw in that bucket, we don't know. Right. Versus technicians, certificated, and that's really the question is, I hate saying this, but John hit it on the head. The airlines don't want to give that data up. It's there. They know it. It's available. But they don't want to pull back that curtain for at least in my view, the flying public to see what the airline's dirty little secret is. And that is, it's pretty scary underneath the dirty little secret.
And that's why we're recommending this Bill of Rights.
Absolutely.
To provide more transparency.
Absolutely.
Okay, and ladies and gentlemen, if that doesn't work, where do we go? I'm sorry, I have a poster in my office that has a picture of the Capitol Hill, and it says, if you think our solutions are great, our problems are great, wait until you get our solutions. So, I think that we have to be really careful when we ask for more government intervention in a government that we don't believe is overseeing us to begin with. So how do we put in other pressures also? I don't think the consumer gives it flying. I'm sorry, I don't. I think they care about their ticket price, and they care about what the 401k is going to bring them at the end of their
Well, how can you care about
thing,
an issue that you're not aware of?
Even if you make them aware, Bill, good luck.
Well, that's what we're talking about. That's exactly what.
But you did this in 2008, and we didn't.
We've never had the traction that we think we should have.
Go ahead, Mike.
I don't see how transparency can hurt.
No, and I totally believe both the airline industry, the government, everybody needs to be transparent. To talk to this issue about we need to get out publicly through the media, through whatever means, NPRM, however, to sell this bill. During our recent furlough, when the aviation safety inspectors were furloughed, non-essential, didn't need to be out there. We did informational picketing at all the major airports across the United States. It was surprising that the public said, you guys aren't out working, inspecting airplanes? Well, who's doing that? We said, you know what? The fox is in the hen house. You know, the cop's away, the airlines will play. So that's what we need to do. If we really believe in this bill, we need to sell it. And I think everybody's a good salesperson.
Go ahead, Gary.
I want to make one comment, which I don't know why it just popped into my head, but there's more information when you buy a car on the foreign parts in a car that you're buying on the window sticker, yet we're sitting up here saying we can't tell you where an airplane's repaired, who worked at it, for how many hours, or how much money it cost. To me, that's ludicrous. How did the auto industry wind up with a label on a car? And we can't figure out, none of us have data or can even make a compelling argument about who's working on the airplane, that we're going to put families, at this point, all of us at some point are going to travel, and most by air, and none of us know that. Look, and I agree 100% with where Sarah and the panel's at. The question is it's not about one government oversight. It's about quantifying data. It's about knowing who ultimately does work on the airplane, certificated, non-certificated. Some areas we agree that non-certificated people can assist and work, but what's the ratio, and have some common answers to go back to the flying public and say, this is what you bought with your $190 or $220. And in fairness, I don't know the answer to that, but if it was printed out and somebody saw on Travelocity or a website whether it was 90% repaired in the U.S. or 12% repaired in the U.S. using just some fictitious numbers, that they wouldn't spend an extra $5, because we're talking millions of people over the course of the year buying these tickets. So I'm not this isn't an argument we're trying to create. It's an argument we're trying to solve.
Right, and I think it'll also create a national dialogue that we just haven't had up to this point, and more media attention. And so then it'll be easier for journalists to go to their producers and editors and say, hey, what's going on here? Because I think some of us in the room know what it's like to have them say, this isn't an issue, we're not going to talk about it.
Or what language do the people that are working on the airplane speak, and what language are the manuals written in? You know, there's a lot of issues, so maybe nobody, okay, so maybe people aren't going to understand that, you know, having your aircraft repaired abroad may not result in a different standard. But if you spell it out for them, that the people that are working on it aren't trained to the same standards as U.S. mechanics, they don't have the same certificates, they may not even speak the language of the manual or whatever they're looking at. And of course, add on top of that there's no oversight and all these other things. You know, maybe people will be galvanized, and I think we did have substantial change after the Colgan accident, when people finally realized that when you're flying a commuter, when you were flying Colgan, you were not getting the same safety as when you were flying Continental. And the FAA talked about one level of safety, and those of us who used to laugh, one level of safety. No, there was one set of rules, but the commuters complied, you know, with maybe the bare, you know, minimums, and the majors were all the way up here. But the public wasn't aware of that, and Congress wasn't aware of that.
And security is a part of this too, because, you know, I mean, when people talk to me about going through, you know, screening, most of us, I think, agree after 9/11 it's necessary. But to just flip it, you say, well, okay, while we're doing that, and, you know, yesterday I took off my belt and took off my shoes and did everything that we all do. Where was the airplane? That's the question I always put, right? Where was the airplane? So we're doing all that, and we're screening every single person, whether you're an infant or an older person in a wheelchair. But meanwhile, where was the airplane? So if the airplane was in El Salvador this morning, what level of security was there for that airplane? And we know that bad things have, you know, happened under those conditions.
So I would like to say we're looking at active versus reactive, or proactive versus reactive, right? That's why we're at the summit. The summit is, we got some heavy lifting to do. Because why? Nothing's happened yet. Nothing's happened yet. You look at the comparison to the MAX. Something happened. Now the American public want answers, right? We have a heavy lift right now because nothing's happened. Why is it? There's no reason why we shouldn't have access to this information, that the public should have access to this information. There's no reason why. And unfortunately, you know, it would be really nice for all of us at the summit to go in one direction rather than going out and trying to figure out all the different problems, come to a common come to a common agreement, find some solutions, and then move forward. And I think this is one of the ways that we can possibly do that. So,
What questions? Or
Yeah,
do we have, I don't know what
are
our
there
time.
are there questions in the audience directly related to these issues that we're speaking about? Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, and thank you all for being here. My name is Julian Kyle Lewis from the American University in Washington. As I stated earlier, I was a supervisor on the runway in an office at Reagan National Airport. And I think what all of you need to do is just draft a document, all of your own rights and regards as to everything that you think needs to be done. Because I think what we're moving towards is, maybe as bad as the administration that we have right now in the United States, if it's this bad, some people believe that it'll be so good later on just because it's this bad now. There are people who believe that life works like that. So if you would write to those days and draft a document with your name on it, we could be in a situation, in tennis, like, they'll name the stadium after somebody or some company, and then they'll name the court after somebody else, or like a baseball field, like this is so-and-so field, but this is so-and-so arena. You know how you don't have to be a president to get your name somewhere at an airport in the United States. And I think the issue we're discussing is so important that you people could have like your name on a runway at least, just saying, so-and-so drafted the document that makes sure that your plane isn't falling out of the sky anymore, or make sure that the mechanic has another mechanic backing them up, and that mechanic is watching the other mechanic, and this is who drafted that, because it's that important. And I think that throughout your careers, you've been made to feel inadequate, and and that's why you don't really work together and move in a common direction as you should. So I think that as your legacy, when your children come up, they'll be able to remember you by what you thought, because you have so much information, so much knowledge, and if you just put that down so that we can use it, just as a student at American University. I also went to Howard University. There are other young people who care about this stuff. So that would be my suggestion. But thank you very much.
Thank you. And by the way, to your point about politics, without getting into politics, I think we can all agree that these problems specifically that we've been talking about have occurred under multiple presidential administrations.
Correct.
I don't think anyone here would disagree with that.
No.
I know in my time researching these issues, I started in the late 90s. So what you're looking at is 4 different presidents, 2 from each of the 2 major parties, right?
Yes.
So let's be clear about that.
That's a fair statement, Bill.
And I think to your point also real quick, that there is a Bill of Rights that a lot of folks here were trying to support. So there actually is a document that you speak of. So.
And we'll get you a copy if you don't have
Yes.
it.
Good afternoon. Mike Perone, President of Professional Aviation Safety Specialist. Thanks for the panel. One of the things we learned, I got to say it, privatization. Remember that whole debacle with the FAA? They were trying to privatize the ATO organization. We're there with the regulatory side of the FAA. But one of the keys that we did was we worked together with unions, with industry, to put it in English to the American public, what exactly they were trying to do, what industry was trying to do, what others were trying to do. I have a fortune, I have a great staff that writes articles for me. I say, that's what I got an idea, and then they run with it. And then I talk to my wife, I do my speech in front of her, and she's not a dumb lady, don't get me wrong, but she eyes glaze over, and she says, what the heck are you talking about? Because we use acronyms, right? We use our language. We know what we're saying internally. So we have to modify it to say, okay, this is what we were trying to say. That's one thing. We got to put everything you've said, whatever it is, in English for the American public. Mike, when we did all the picketing, there were so many people that didn't understand that the inspectors were not working and have not been working. Industry oversees the FAA. Industry has been privatizing the FAA. They've done it discreetly. But we got to somehow put that as a group in English and together, one message. And I think that'll help get this bill passed. It'll help us. When the furlough was going on, we got with industry, we had a big meeting, and we all agreed to the same message. And we had somebody come from the Hill, one of the staffers, and they were ready for the fight. They were ready for, okay, industry's on this side and the unions are on this side. And we got the same message. She came in and we said, we all agree, here's the language. Thank you. you know, because we did all the work ahead of time. So the point is, let's put it in English. Let's figure out, you're right. I mean, to undo stuff, first thing is to educate the public. Ralph Nader said it. Do I like seat belts? I'm old school. I had cars without seat belts, right? But we got safety. My kids are safe. My future grandson will be safe. This is what we got to focus on. And then, once we get that momentum going with the flying public, people that are out there flying, hopefully we get the right people up on the hill, whoever it is, whether it's Democrat, whether it's Republican, this president, the next president, we'll have a solid base to say, fix this problem. Thank you. I guess there was a question there, but not really.
Any other questions? By all means.
I'm so sorry, Justin. I'm still trying to figure out the problem. Is the problem that people don't know things are being contracted? Is the problem that contract... Okay, so that's one problem.
Check.
Okay, so all right. So that's an education thing. And then the oversight is asking for more money for the FAA so that it can have more oversight?
So the FAA can provide oversight, the correct oversight, sufficient.
Even though accidents have always happened, whether the FAA was overseeing us or not. So that's going to prevent accidents?
Work in the U.S., if work is in the U.S., they can more easily accommodate the...
And so when accidents happen in the United States now with United States mechanics, okay.
Oversight is a piece of the safety equation.
Sure.
Oversight doesn't stop a given accident, but oversight is one of the myriad pieces of a safe system.
I'm not arguing. I'm trying not to argue with you, Loretta. I know that's two lawyers trying not to argue is really impossible, but all I was just trying to do is formulate it in my head, like the young man said, like write it down kind of a thing.
Okay,
That's
can
all
I
I was
just say,
trying to do, because I never saw that oversight changes. I see that mechanics have a hell of a lot of responsibility for each other, for their work and other mechanic work. I would try to relieve that. That means training of the technical aspects. And our 147 schools suck because they're still teaching this dope and fabric. I understand that dope and fabric can be a lot of other things nowadays. But I mean, I think that there's other issues that I would love to be able to understand better. Then informing the public that doesn't even read the back of the ticket to know what their insurance is. That's all. I just really think you need a backup plan, people.
Well, very often the answer you hear from consumers is, well, we assume the FAA is doing the job, so, why should you have to worry if it's a U.S. certificated aircraft with an American flag on the tail? Yeah, Kevin.
Bill, Kevin Mitchell. Two gentlemen over here that and Sarah brought up the idea of plain language, and I think it might be a good time for you to share what labor you went through to make the white paper really easy to read.
It's a one-page document, and
the white paper.
Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry. Yeah. It's very difficult. I look at it that my role, not being a mechanic, is to say, can an average person understand this? And it's very hard. We talk about certificated versus licensed. We talk about AMP versus technician. And so again, I don't think we can bash consumers for saying they don't care about a problem that they're not aware of. And I think that's what we're talking about here.
They're made aware of it, and then they don't care. We'll have a backup plan.
Well, then we'll have to schedule that appointment for down the road. But I mean, let's make them aware of it first.
If I might,
go ahead, Gary.
Brett and I talked at great length last night. Let's talk Southwest to American, same exact airframe. I do a check, I call it an A check. He does a check, he calls it an A check. They're two completely different checks. That is an unknown standard. Who creates the standard is the carriers, right? They go to the FAA and they say, this is what we want to do on this check and that check. It's become so dependent on the airline itself determining based on hours, right, what we're going to do because they have this data. And I'll go back to the motor, right? That motor kept getting extended and extended and extended because they kept showing the data, said we can do this until it failed and killed a woman, one too many. And then everybody said that was that rubber band saying, oh, well, we better pull it back. I'm not going to put it on a particular individual. I'm not going to put it on a facility. I'm going to put it on a systemic the problem. That is, when they want data to support something, it's there all day long. But when we need data to say who's at risk or where the flying public is at, we can't seem to get a hold of the data. And that, I think that's the issue we're all faced with. All of the industry is faced with. So I think we're all rowing in the same direction. And until we do something, we're doing nothing but letting it happen and getting further and further away from us. Let's just talk 737 MAX. Southwest is engaged in conversations with labor on the maintenance side about 737 MAX. Yet I can speak for my group at American. They've never once come and talked to us about what's going on. That's a travesty in the industry, and that's a flaw that needs to be corrected. The regulator should say, hey, maintenance from Southwest, American, Delta, United, whomever's flying this airplane, we want you at X location to debrief on what's going on. That's an industry-wide problem, and I don't have an answer for that by any means. But we're all chasing the same objective, which is ultimately, before something bad happens, let's get in front of this.
Okay, but can I just say that, with all due respect to my dear friend Sarah, alphabet groups are not on the same page as consumer groups. And alphabet groups, I mean, their sole goal in life at times appears to never ever change anything, because change means money. So when you look at, there was the repair station rule that took something like 26 years. And it took 26 years because the first 10 years, there was a complete change in the industry that required another rule. So that was one rule that took 26 years to get out. The average innocuous rule takes about 5 years. God forbid you have a significant rule, you're talking about 10 plus years. So we're really not on, I mean, consumer advocates and alphabet groups are not necessarily on the same page. And I still love you, but.
Okay, but since everybody is doing this by subjective evidence, go look at what the Aeronautical Repair Station Association has done for 20 years, Loretta, which, you know, I'm the one that submitted 52 pages of comments to that rule. And all my holidays are always eaten up by commenting on rules, because the FAA likes to give me Christmas presents. 52 pages I wrote. In the earlier version, in 1980 something, it's true, it takes forever to get a rule out. There were something like 750 comments. In this last rulemaking, there was something like 50. We don't care. It wasn't like the unions couldn't have commented and everybody else could have commented on that 145 rule. So be careful of how we're throwing rocks, is all I would suggest. I think we're kind of all in glass houses. We all have our own objectives. I am trying to get to regulatory compliance for my people and everybody else. That's what I want to do. I just want to understand the regulations and then be able to use them to the maximum benefit.
I think we're towards the end of our time.
I think we have one more panel, so we certainly want to make time for them.
Yep.
Is there one more final
more
word,
question.
quickly?
Yeah.
Glenn Olson, Transport Workers Union, Local 591. So, Sarah, you say more money, more inspectors is not going to help prevent accidents?
No, I'm asking you to make sure that we look at the things that we're really trying to achieve. We can't prove that one way or another.
Well, sure you can.
Really.
How are
really.
accidents
There's
caused?
less inspectors now, less aviation safety inspectors now, and we have this higher level of safety in airline transport.
That's because of redundant systems, usually.
Sure, but it's also because of design improvements over the last 25 years. I mean, there's a whole bunch of things that you put together. I'm not saying it one way or another, sir. What I was trying to say is if you're going to the public and saying, public, please help us, you better have a backup plan, because the public is kind of fickle.
Yeah, you should always have a backup plan, but it doesn't matter how many inspectors you hire, you're not going to stop an accident.
Correct.
And our goal here, as this panel, as us as aviators, is to ensure aviation safety
Correct.
of the flying public. whether we're regulators, whether we're union people, whether we're consumers. That's our goal, being aviators. Bottom line. Another point I'd really like to make too. We've talked and really didn't touch on the designee program, and that has been going widespread. Designee program, not a bad idea, as long as it's controlled, has adequate oversight, and it's giving people jobs. We're paying designees, or the consumer is paying the designee to do this designation work, certification work. That's good. But when there's no control over it, that's when things go south. Your floor.
Phil, can I make...
was actually an advocate for the designating system, the designation system, until recently. What I've seen now coming out of the ODA, there's two different processes, first of all. Years ago, the designees were appointed by the FAA. And we've had a change, and I used to know when, but I've forgotten, but it's not that long ago, a change to what they call organizational designees. And that means the company gets to pick the person. The company gets to manage the person. And now out of this MAX investigation and the documents that have been finding their way out of Boeing, we find that some of the ODAs, organizational designees, that had a problem, that wanted more testing or more work done, were removed. And somebody else was put in that was more agreeable to the position of the management of Boeing Company. So I think that this whole ODA system needs to be reviewed, and the FAA needs to take more control and more management over it.
And we should listen to the whistleblowers at Boeing, because it's extraordinary that they're coming out with.
We got one more question, Bill.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, and just speaking as a member of the media and trying to get the word out about these things, you know, talking to whistleblowers from the FAA, and they're saying that they're not being listened to either. So they go to management. Management is deleting their reports, is, you know, telling them to back off of airlines, things like that. But then go to the whistleblower agency within the FAA, which is run by Clay Fouché, we're told that they have no teeth to actually enforce anything. So they can come up with rulings, substantiate the claims of whistleblowers, but then they can't do jack all about it. And, you know, then you go to the airlines and, you know, they're confused about, you know, so you file an Air 21 complaint against, you know, someone at American Airlines, and then it goes to Clay Fouché's office, and then it substantiates the claims, and then all of a sudden you have, you know, the airline saying, oh, well, that was just a, you know, that was just a finding. It's not actually real, and we did our own investigation of it and found out it's not really legitimate. But then you go back to Clay Fouché and he says, no, that's a finding of fact. So when there's that much confusion, even between the airlines and the FAA about what is actually a problem, how much does Congress need to get involved to step in and say that the FAA has the right to make these rulings in order to maintain the flight safety? Does that make sense?
Not to the lawyer, but I understand the internal process. I mean, I understand the buck passing, because once a whistleblower happens, you know, they hired Clay because he was outspoken. You know, I mean, they was one of the smartest moves the FAA did, was to bring him inside. It's harder for him to complain. The problem is, from my perspective, and only my perspective, is I would not exist if the agency did its job. I just wouldn't exist. Most lawyers wouldn't exist if the agency did its job. Congress created the agency, for cripe's sake. It gave it the power. And we talked earlier about it has a dual mission. No, that red herring got pulled in the 80s or 90s.
That's not true. The agency does have a dual mission. It does. I mean, the agency...
Okay, that's not what's creating these problems, though, Loretta. The fact that it's got a dual mission isn't creating these problems. The fact that it doesn't understand its own regulation and own power, and we have a hard time understanding what its job is versus our job, that's what I find to be the most difficult.
I worked there for 30 years.
Yes.
When you have an issue that goes up to the higher levels, because anything major against an airline or a manufacturer is going to go up to the higher levels, then you get political opposition, whether it is from the highest levels in the agency, from the secretary's office, from the White House or from Congress. So it's not like the underlings have that much control, but they do learn. So if you go up once on a significant case and you're shot down, you're not likely not to do it again. So whatever you call it, I mean, the airlines have a lot more political influence than the inspectors or the unions. And I know, because when I fought the major cases, I mean, I got investigated. I mean, all the kinds of things that happen to whistleblowers. So it's very difficult. And the system, Air 21 is not a panacea, you know, and appealing your demotion or whatever happens to you, or so when they take action against an inspector, sometimes it's appealable and you can do something, but a lot of times you can't. So,
Gary, we're going to let you have final word. Yeah, we're going to give Gary the final word here. Yep.
This is a critical comment, and on the Air 21 process, the director of maintenance at American Airlines was found to have been complicit in her activity, and she's been promoted to the director of maintenance through the Air 21 program, substantiated through multiple reports by the FAA inspectors, and for that, she's now the director of maintenance. And this is a problem that we have. You hit it on the head. There's a lot of money, a lot of clout, and you don't think that's exactly meant to suppress what a mechanic does when they read the report that says that this person said to overlook maintenance and do this and that, and they're now the director of maintenance for the world's largest airline? Nobody finds a problem with that? As a mechanic, it's a travesty, again, I'll make that word, use that word, to every mechanic at American Airlines to say the director of maintenance is somebody that was found complicit in being, having oversight for a facility that went through the Air 21 process, was found to have been negligent, and now sits at the top of the food chain. It's problematic, and that's systemic, and that has to change.
excellent safety management system.
They had the same thing happen at
Exactly.
Southwest Airlines. That's not uncommon. That same thing happened at Southwest Airlines just recently.
And with those thoughts,
Thank you to all six of you.
Thank you.
thank you
very
guys. We
much.
appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good job.
And then everybody's going to say, what happened?
I've been drunk enough times with John Rollins. I just want to introduce myself. Yeah, I heard you earlier. I actually don't because I kind of came here last minute, but I will be in touch with you because yeah, no, I'm an investigator. If I can't find you, I should be right myself. Little thing. Oh, no, but we'll be working on a story about
If I could ask the panel to come up, the next panel, roundtable. Hey, Michael.
Thank you very much for the invite. Thank you.
We're going to do something like this again.
We met this morning.
Are you with an airline? American technicians down one.
You guys want to sit?
I just need some water.
Looks like only outside.
You can start, I'll come right behind.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, if you could be seated, we'll get going. Well, I want to thank Bill and Justin for great moderating of the panel, the last panel, and the panel participants were also excellent. We're going to commence now with a roundtable discussion. It's from the consumer and labor perspective of how to move some reforms forward. And I'll just ask each of the panelists to identify themselves, starting with Justin.
Do you want a background or just identify?
No, just...
My name's Justin Madden. I'm the Legislative Director for the Aircraft Mechanics Fraternal Association. I'm also a practicing aircraft maintenance technician, airline mechanic, whatever the proper term is we're calling us today. I work for Southwest Airlines in Philadelphia.
My name is Gary Scheibel. I'm the President of the Transport Workers Union, Local 591. We represent all the line mechanics for American Airlines, plus GSE mechanics, facilities maintenance, and our material logistics specialists.
My name is John Brayo. I'm the Vice President of Public Policy, Telecommunications, and Fraud at the National Consumers League. We're based here in Washington. We don't like to say that we're the oldest consumer advocacy organization in the world, but we are the pioneering consumer advocacy organization. We were founded in 1899.
And I'm Chris Moore. I work for the Teamsters Airline Division, as well as being chairman of the Aviation Mechanics Coalition, 33 years in the airline industry as a licensed A&P mechanic.
John, let me start with you. From the first panel and even previously, was there anything that concerned you that you learned or surprised you in any way?
Yeah, I mean, certainly, I think from a consumer point of view, I am of a strong opinion that giving more information to consumers is rarely a bad thing. Now, are consumers going to look over every maintenance record of an aircraft before they buy every ticket that they take, for every flight they take? No. But having the information out there allows groups like mine, groups like Consumer Reports, watchdogs who advance the interest of the flying public to have the information they need to make sure that the industry is staying honest. And so having that data out there and available gives us something that we can translate to really help consumers and put it in plain language. So I think, I heard a lot of discussion about whether or not making this data available is actually going to be a net benefit for consumers. I have a hard time finding cases where providing more information to consumers, whether we're talking about complaints that are provided to the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau's complaint database, whether information on safety recalls that are provided to the CPSC, or complaints that are given to the Federal Trade Commission about fraud, or complaints that go to the FCC about robocalls, for example, have resulted in a net decrease in benefits for consumers. So I think providing more information on aircraft maintenance was definitely a win-win.
This is a question to any of you. Have any of you, as you have worked in your organizations on the outsourcing issue, identified anything in terms of a solution, way to move forward that's unique or creative?
I don't know about unique or creative, but what AMFA's position on foreign outsourcing and outsourcing in general is that all work needs to be done in the United States. I mean, that's really simple when it comes to that. It's economics. There's an economic impact. It's safety and security. So what we've done is not only tried to impact through congressional, through the legislative branch, we've also gone and attempted to work with the administration, the FAA itself, and the regulatory side. So trying to impact that, and not just say we want these things, but let's work from the inside as well. Let's achieve some kind of goal. That's not something that labor has been too anxious to do. So we are definitely involved with Sarah. She chairs the FAA ARAC Part 145 working group. We sit on that. So representing 121 carrier labor, hopefully to address the issues that are there. So that's not necessarily unique, but that is what we're doing.
And I'll touch on that creative part, and I think creative is what's happening here today. To get all the unions in the room together, to come across with the same message of with a solution, because historically we've always gone to Capitol Hill with all of our own individual solutions, but not as one. Joining consumer advocates would definitely be creative, and leading up to what Ralph Nader said, to start organizing the passengers. I would actually touch on the unique too, is we were in agreement with Bob Crandall from labor, which is, well, I mean, I got to give Bob credit. Back when he was running American Airlines, pretty much all the work was done in-house. So his quote about bringing the work back in-house is spot on, and his safety concerns are right there too.
So Gary, I have to agree with everything you said. It's great that we have all the unions here. And again, the unique thing is us all pulling together, and not just the unions, but all of the different pieces of the industry, and even some of the relationships we have with our airlines that we represent, where we're able to kind of influence safety going forward. We have, of course, some that listen and some that don't. But as you know, we started this fight publicly back in 2008. We did an outsourcing summit that had to do with United trying to sell the San Francisco base right after we took over as representatives. And through that, over the years, we've developed, just like the other brothers over here, ways of talking to Congress, to getting our point across, to collaborating with different pilot groups, and really getting our message out on the Hill. So I look forward to what we're doing. We're doing it not only on this side of it, but we're doing it with safety programs as well, such as ASAP and LOSA. So what the industry has never seen before, and they're about to see, is all of the major airline unions coming to your door as a group to talk about the same issues and going in the same direction.
Here's another question for all of you. Labor groups have come together, labor groups and consumer groups have come together, and we're going to intensify that effort during the summer and build a much larger, stronger coalition. My question is, in terms of moving forward as a cohesive, larger group, how does the Bill of Rights play into that, into those goals?
Well, speaking from the point of view of a consumer group, having a document like this that is easy to understand for your average 23-year-old staffer when you go in and have those meetings is invaluable. It's the ability to lay out in very clear, concise language exactly what you want, why you want it is important. But I think it's also important that we bring the stories of the consumers. We heard the gentleman here who has worked on the line give very passionate remarks earlier about what airline maintenance means to him. I want to have consumers up on the hill as well, not just the business travelers who experience the flying on a weekly basis or a monthly basis as part of their job, but I also want to hear from the person who only flies once a year to go visit grandma or to take their kids on a vacation. These are the people for whom safety, it may be easy to overlook safety if that's not data that's made available to them. These are the people for whom the budget and how much that flight is going to cost is incredibly important. I just saw some news earlier this week where First Group, which is the British company, that's the holding company for the Greyhound bus lines, are now talking about how they are facing pressure from low-cost air carriers, and they're trying to get out of the business because people want to fly rather than take the bus. And so, for the people for whom an aircraft is an alternative to buses, I think that person should be able to find out if my super low flight cost on, say, Spirit, and I don't mean to pick on them, but they just happen to be one of the low-cost carriers, whether that low price is something that I'm compromising safety for. I don't think that consumers should have to make that choice. And I think the remarks that Mr. Nader made earlier about how the sort of a focus on to focus on safety has to mean a higher cost for consumers. I think that's a false choice, and I think that consumers shouldn't have to make that choice. Nonetheless, by providing the kind of data that would allow them to see what companies are actually taking their safety seriously, I think consumers can make an informed choice. And in fact, I think it will put pressure on the airlines themselves to make a bigger investment in making sure that the aircraft maintenance that they're doing is up to par. Right now, consumers don't have any sort of mechanism for making that decision, data to base that decision on, and I think that that's something that needs to be addressed.
And if I could, so you mentioned Spirit Airlines. So going back to when we were looking at some of the Form 41 data, I mean, it was showing 0% as far as outsourcing. Yet there's article after article showing how the planes are being worked on in Puerto Rico by Lufthansa technics. So all we're really asking for with part of this Bill of Rights is transparency. Ralph Nader mentioned earlier about FDA inspectors in China waiting for days to be able to approve or disapprove the pharmaceuticals. But one thing that actually comes from pharmaceuticals is a tag that says it was made in China. You think about any article of clothing in this room that has an origin of where this product was made. Fruits, vegetables, they tell you where it's made. But yet, when it comes to aircraft maintenance and you have U.S. flag carriers, you don't have the right to know where that maintenance is done. So that's something that the transparency from this bill will definitely take care of it.
And I think one of the things in here that's not spoken about really in great detail, if you look at number 7, it says the right for all travelers in the event of a lengthy aircraft maintenance delay to receive regular briefings by the airline prior to departure. How many of you have flown on an airplane, been told you've been on a maintenance delay, and that's it? That's all you get, you know? Maybe you get all the way to the end of the day, and hopefully you get a plane, maybe you don't. These are things that labor hasn't necessarily come out and said, we want this, but it makes sense. It makes sense because when you're flying, you need to know what's happening to that airplane. You don't have to tell them exactly, you know, what the exact maintenance issue, but to be told, to be constantly updated as to this is what's happening with my airplane, and it matters for maintenance as well. What's unique, and I think we've already said this, but I want to continue hitting this point, is that, you know, when we walk into a room, when labor goes into a congressional office, and you know we give our spiel and we tell them the things that we'd like, they walk out and industry comes back in and says, well, that's labor, you know, that all they care about is jobs, you know, and all they care about is their people making a bunch of money, and that's just not true. What we care about is the safety of the flying public. And as an airframe and power plant mechanic, which I am, I believe that I have a bond with the flying public, and it's a sacred bond that I have with the flying public. And if I make a mistake, then that means that those passengers on that plane, those souls could be lost. That's something that consumers may not understand or may not even be aware of. That's what this does. This makes the consumer aware of how important that aircraft maintenance is.
Just as a follow-up to that, not a question, just a comment, back in 2009, I went to the DOT and suggested that they look into showing passengers, let's say they're going from Chicago to London, showing them what country the majority of the work was done in, and they looked at me like I had 3 heads. So we've got some selling to do on this, but I think that the atmosphere is quite ready for it. In order to get to a plan B, we need a plan A. I mean, that's part of what we're doing here today. We have the white paper that Bill McGee has worked on for months coming out next week. We're going to expand the Fly Safe 365 Coalition. We're going to do another event in Washington in the fall, probably a customer hearing with members of the press being the members of Congress, as well as other things. But what you've listened to today, are there other components to move forward with the implementation of a Plan A or the formation and implementation?
So, and I think the last panel hit on just about everything that we've talked about going forward, but I want to kind of circle back to what Sarah said, as well as pretty much everybody else on the panel. The mechanic shortage is going to hurt us, and it's here. Most of the people doing this job in today's world are my age, right? You look around, you have the graying of the workforce. The reports that were cited earlier show us going negative in 2022, showing us really being negative in 2025, and almost 15,000 mechanics short. So that's going to hurt. That's going to hurt the GDP, because if you can't fix airplanes, you can't fly them. That's a big deal. So part of the safety question is, how do we find new folks that will do this job? And I say will do this job because not that the wages are substandard, but the industry has finally stabilized. We lost an entire generation of future mechanics because of the bankruptcies in the 80s when they gutted pensions and contracts. Most people my age told their kids, "Oh no, don't go to the airline business. It's just not a good place to be." So what we're doing, and I see this in all 3 of our groups here, is we're doing outreach. We're going to the schools. We're talking to high schools. We're talking to career days in grade schools and saying, "Hey, by the way, this job exists, and it's a great job. It's not easy. You've got to know what you're doing, but join us in the industry." So the outreach to not only students but to the military, trying to get the separating veterans that have this skill set that we lose because they don't have the time or the money after being in for 6 or 10 years to go back to school and get an FAA license, right? So we're working with the Department of Defense, Department of Labor, the FAA, saying, hey, what are the next steps we need to take so that we can help our veterans transition into A&P jobs as well? Because quite frankly, a lot of them have been doing the business, doing the job, but aren't getting credit for it when they come out. So a lot of work to be done there.
So I think when it comes to this Bill of Rights and how we move this forward, there's a few things on here right now that are already in language, right? The Extension Act the extension in 2016 provided for the background check investigations and provided for an NPRM for the drug and alcohol testing programs. Yet the FAA has done nothing. There hasn't been any rule made. They've had their chance. Honestly, they had, I think 90 days and 1 year to come out with a rule. That hasn't happened. So we need to push on that end as well. Just this Bill of Rights in general. We can hand it to the FAA and say, here, what do we expect out of that? Absolutely nothing. So we're going to have congressional help. There's no question in my mind that we're going to have congressional help. So we'll need to build a coalition. None of us are going to do it on our own, and we've already got this great coalition going, and we're just going to have to continue that and grow it.
Anybody else?
Yeah, I'd just like to build on the point about attracting new workers to the industry. When advocates pushed for financial reform after the 2008 financial crash and the Military Lending Act. One of the ways that we interested, frankly, Republicans in supporting that push was to talk about the issue from the point of view of military readiness. And if we don't have enough mechanics that we can fly the planes, these are planes that the military depends on to get its people around the country and to where they need to be. That is one area that I have not heard this issue being talked about. I think we should also be talking about this issue when we go up and talk to the Department of Education or the education committees, is what is the cost to somebody to get trained to be an airline mechanic? Are there ways the federal government can help defray those costs? You know, we hear folks like Senator Warren on the campaign trail talking about refinancing the $1 trillion+ we have in outstanding student debt in this country. How can this be an issue on the campaign trail for people who want to create jobs? Those are issues I think I haven't heard talked about yet, and I think are opportunities to raise the profile of this issue.
Just to speak to a little bit of the workforce development, that it is being talked about, particularly any blue collar worker. This is a known issue, and in I believe it's Section 625 of the FAA authorization, there actually is a program, a $10 million program that's going to provide grants, $5 million set aside for pilots training and $5 million set aside for aircraft maintenance, and how we get the next generation. So these grants are once Congress, and actually right now they're writing up the appropriations bill in the House. Hopefully that has that money, because we need the money, but once that money's there, we can then start having that conversation about who's going to get those grants and things like that. There's also some organizations out there, ChooseAerospace.org is a holistic industry, labor, and various other groups together trying to come up with a solution for this. Because honestly, each segment of the industry can do their own thing, and guess what? It's not going to work. If the regionals go do their own thing, and the airlines do their own thing, and the MROs do their own thing, then what we're going to end up with is each 4 different issues, right? It's not going to fix the problem. So we really need to have that conversation. Again, it is being had, but we need to have it even more. So I'll agree with you on that.
And if I could, I want to just comment on the new workers for starters. So part of the problem with attracting new workers is that we're still driving them away. And I say that is the airlines now, at least Southwest, and I give them credit that they didn't do this, but the years to top pay, and pay is a big component of attracting workers, has just stretched out by another 4 years. So I go back to what I heard in the prior panel. Yeah, many other groups out there, like the elevators unions, are taking the talent. We're going back to the old theory of cheap labor by stretching it out from 5 years to 9 years. That's driving a lot of that talent away. And then I just want to touch on what Justin said about the coalition, and it is true. So we're in a good spot now where we're finally, as labor, coming together and going to approach Capitol Hill together. This shouldn't be a partisan issue on Capitol Hill, yet it still is. It always is. You would think the tragedy of last year, the lady on the Southwest Airlines, would start waking up some people, but no. I mean, I've been up in Capitol Hill a bunch of times, and still right away it's a real partisan issue. And to me, I mean, there's going to be another tragedy, and this shouldn't be partisan, because quite frankly, dying on an airplane should be a nonpartisan issue.
So I got to throw this out there, and I'm sorry. So we talked a lot, and the other panel beat up the MROs, and sorry, but think about this, right? So if you took a lot of these places, and I'll use the regionals as an example because they're hurting the worst. That's where the giant sucking sound is, right? Everybody's leaving and they're going to the majors because the regionals still want to pay you $13 or $15 an hour to come into a job, and you can't attract people and you can't keep people that way. So what if, this is really going to be, so if we went to the MROs, Sarah, and we organized them, and we got them good labor contracts with work rules and guaranteed pay, maybe we would keep them longer. Same with the regionals. We have a lot of regionals that aren't unionized as well, and that's the race to the bottom, right? So we want to, Thanks. Thank you for the segue. And yes, we are working on that as well as part of our development, workforce development. And I think we're very, very close at one of our airlines to having a package finished. So that's part of it. I know AMFA already has an apprenticeship program in place. You know, our goal in all of that is to try and help folks that have some experience get through and give them a pathway.
I think to switch gears a little bit here, when Representative Garamendi was in here, he talked about splitting the FAA into an industry-based sorter, I guess you want to say, and a regulatory agency. I'm not sure where that's going to go, right? I suspect it's not going to go very far. But when we talk about one of the things on the Safety Bill of Rights, we talk about the ability for people to fly on planes that are properly overseen, properly and frequently overseen by FAA inspectors. I think one of the things that the last panel said that troubled me was, or they didn't say it, but it was maybe I was picking this up, was the idea that the FAA is inept as an organization, right? I mean, if we really believe that, if we believe the FAA is inept, then something has to be done. I mean, we can't sit here and talk about let's get some legislation going. I mean, it has to happen now. If the FAA is actually inept, is it just a resource issue, or are they really inept? And because that matters to the flying public, and I want to make sure the flying public has the proper aircraft mechanics working on their planes, but as well the proper oversight working on their planes, or overseeing. The proper oversight is being conducted, I should say. So that was troubling to me to hear that. I don't know if anybody else has any comments on that, but when I heard that, are they truly inept?
So again, we made these same pitches to the FAA 10 years ago. We haven't moved the ball a foot because they're the FAA. Okay, I get it. You're the governing body. You got it all under control. That's all well and fine. But as the other panel said, then there has to be alternatives to doing this. But example in case, so you've got groups that are working to put together all kinds of programs. So there are a bunch of people out there trying to get military programs, trying to get school programs, and all of this. You know, I'll use apprenticeships particularly. So we're talking about this, and you've got all the stakeholders at the table. Where's the vacant seat?
Labor.
FAA.
Oh, okay.
We're there. We're working with. We're working with.
Wrong. Sorry.
We're working with the company, and we're again we're this close to getting a program done, and where's the FAA? Because I'm spending all this time putting a program together, and we need them there from the beginning. So we're going down the same path as they are, as opposed to going, here's my program. Is it okay? They need to be a partner with labor and with the companies as we're trying to build these programs out. And we're not seeing that.
And I think another when I said labor, what I meant to, in my mind, I was thinking was Gary Peterson said earlier, was we sit down with the carriers and you'll have the regulator and you'll have the carrier making all these decisions, and labor's nowhere to be found. They do not involve aircraft maintenance labor in what's happening. They just don't. They'll bring the pilots in, pilots and flight ops will talk, but when it comes to aircraft maintenance labor, we are not involved in the discussion. Barely at the ASAP level, because we have to be, because we're one of those we're part of that three-legged stool. But even that, we're not as engaged as we should be. Bring labor into the equation. We don't have a profit motive. I know people here think that, well, labor, you guys, you just want more money, but that's not what it's about. We care about the flying public just as much as the consumers do, if not more. It's what our livelihood is based on. Engage us. We can be helpful. We're not just there to say no.
Justin, I'm going to ask you in a minute to just wrap up for us, but to your point about FAA being inept and
I wasn't saying that. I was saying
you picked it up. You picked it up. And if that's the case, that should be somewhat concerning to the general public.
Absolutely.
And I would just offer that over the last couple of months, the general public has seen so much negative about the FAA. There's 3 or 4 major stories every day about MCAS and too cozy relationships and things that weren't done by procedure that should have been. I think the public is getting quite the indoctrination here.
And just on the too cozy relationship, I mean, I think we really need to look at the revolving door as well. How long can people who have been at FAA after they leave FAA, do they have to wait before they can go to work in the industry? Particularly if they're coming back to lobby the FAA or the DOT or Congress. Is the cooling off period that we have in place enough? Is the cooling off, are we allowing, when we have someone come in, I know that they can't register as a lobbyist in some cases until a certain amount of time, but then they're allowed to be a consultant. So what does that mean? So I think we need to take a look exactly at that revolving door, and if we really want to address this too cozy relationship, that's got to be part of the solution.
So there is actually a 2-year cooling off period, and it's both internal and external, meaning that a carrier employee can't join the FAA and then turn around and provide oversight to that carrier. Opposite being, what you just said, an FAA individual leaving, an agent or an inspector leaving, and then joining a carrier and then representing the carrier before the FAA. So you want more time, is that?
Yeah, I mean, more time, and also during that cooling off period, are they allowed to be, we see this in many other agencies where someone leaves, say, the FCC, and they go and they become a consultant, where they're technically not a registered lobbyist. Maybe they're not violating the letter of the cooling off period requirements. So let's look at that. Like, what does that actually mean in terms of how the lobbying is happening? Because, frankly, there's always going to be the incentive when people leave their agencies to go and take a multiple six-figure salary to work for the industry that they used to regulate. So unless we're going to start regulating sort of pay grades, and I don't think we should, we need to figure out how to make sure that these people aren't still at the FAA already thinking about where they're going to land and what they can do while they're there to make sure that they have that soft landing at a manufacturer or at an airline afterwards.
Justin, you want to wrap?
The microphone, I can't hear you online.
Thank you. To Justin's point about, I thought the same thing on that panel. We just didn't have enough time to address it, but is the FAA inept, that type of thing. In the 13 years that I've been speaking to FAA inspectors, I think I've spoken to more than 50 of them. And unless they're retired or a whistleblower or, a senior labor person like Mike, they always ask that their name not be used. They are always speaking off the record. They're worried about, retribution from on high. And I think it's too monolithic when we say something like the FAA in that context, because there's really 3 levels, right? There's the frontline people that do the work. There are the career senior people that are there throughout all the administrations. And then there are political people that are political appointees, and they leave with whoever is in the White House, right? So I don't think it's fair to bash the FAA and saying they're not doing the job, while at the same time they clearly have budgetary constraints and personnel and manpower constraints, right? So I think there should be we need to be clear about that, right? The people on the front lines that I've spoken to, almost without exception, are so dedicated, they so want to do their work. And if you think people in this room are frustrated, talk to them, because Mike's people, I've spoken to many of them, and they are 10 times more frustrated. You know what it's like to be based in, Queens, New York, and the airplane is in China, and they're supposed to provide oversight. So they are just as frustrated or even more. So I just wanted to make that point.
Thank you. Justin?
Right, so aircraft maintenance, we've heard a lot about the Boeing MAX even today. It's such a big news story. We're going to hear about it for a while. But I don't want it to surpass what aircraft maintenance means to the flying public. And ultimately, when a passenger gets on a plane, it's become so pedestrian, to fly now. The transportation system, it's like a bus. They get on, they go, they just expect these certain things to occur. They just think safety happens. They just expect that their pilot is trained properly. They expect the mechanic that just did the whatever he just changed on the aircraft did it properly, was properly licensed, all that. But in the end, they're getting on a metal tube that in some cases is thick as a Coke can, flying 8 miles above the earth at 500 miles an hour. There is no room for error. There is zero room for error. There's no side street to pull off on when a part fails. This right here, this Passenger Safety Bill of Rights, this goes towards helping the consumer understand, helping Congress help us keep them safe.
Great. Thank you very much, panel. Thank you. I would now like to introduce a prominent national airline safety advocate who actually needs no introduction. Mary Schiavo, the former DOT IG, who is renowned worldwide for her candid assessments and calls to action on behalf of the safety of passengers, will join us now. Thank you very much for being here, Mary.
Well, my job is to wrap up and try to put this in perspective, and I've dutifully taken notes. But one thing that strikes me as very ironic here, and the applause is very much appreciated, but it reminds me of those people who applaud in the plane after a landing. You know, makes me worry what their previous landing was like. And that's kind of like here. One of the themes I've heard in all the panels all day was, you know, well, the public's important, but the public isn't clued in on this, and the public doesn't know anything. And we were talking about labels on foods and labels on medicines. And one thing that struck me, because I recently moved and bought new mattresses, and my mattresses had a label like this long. You know, it was all new material, not used material. The outside was made here, the inside was made there. You know, all this stuff. And I thought, wow, these many warnings for a mattress. And nobody's ever killed by a mattress, except maybe a politician or two. And there it was. Oh, they all left, right? All the Congress people are out of here. Good. But there it was, all these warnings. And so it's a very good point that the public is important, but the public has to be educated, and they have to know what to do. They just don't know how to help, and they don't have any information. And I think about that, too, when you get on the plane, and we now know that members of Congress and senators fly in first class with all these perks that we heard about but were denied. And so then they want to keep the rest of us in the back there. And what do to us? Well, they throw a tarp over us, right? They close that curtain. It's like a tarp. They don't want to see us. They don't want us to see anything. And then the next thing they say is, now, passengers, please be informed that the lavatories in the front of the plane are reserved for first class, and we don't want to see any of you up there. And for you riding in the back, well, your lavatory is back at the Newark airport. And, and by the way, you can access it from Concourse C. Please take exact change. And that's the way that we treat a lot of passengers. And when they close the tarp, by the way, they look at us like, you should have studied harder or worked harder. Well, you know, you can if you don't have the information. You know, same thing on the exits. When they make the announcements and they're talking about the exits, and they're standing up in front and they go, well, you know what that means. Ours are up here. We're getting out first. Yours are back there. Good luck. And that's kind of how we treat the public consumers. And that came across again and again in the things that we've heard today. And again, the news, I think it was Loretta that mentioned it, that the drones are coming. Well, the drones are coming. I mean, to say, oh, it's not going to happen. I mean, I was in Europe, in Bratislava, to look at a plane. There was another one in Germany. Literally a drone-carrying passenger aircraft that lifts up vertically and then flies horizontally. They're coming, but we've got to have the airspace for them, and they're going to have to be integrated because they will be here. But the problem is, and this was also made, sadly apparent by the MAX 8, is when you put everything automated, this is what our announcement's going to be. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a drone aircraft. We have checked everything and inspected everything, and we can assure you that nothing can go wrong. Go wrong, go wrong, go wrong. You know, that's the problem that we're facing as we automate so much, but don't take into consideration a little thing I learned back in flight school that doesn't hold true anymore. Now, I'm going to confess my age here. I went to flight school back in the 70s. Yes, the Vietnam War was still on, and I was in flight school. I was the only woman in flight school, by the way, at that time. But pilots would brag, and they'd say, well, I can fly a barn door if it had wings. I can fly a brick if it has wings. Well, that mentality still permeates the industry, and we heard that after the terrible MAX 8 disasters. They go, well, the pilot should have been able to fly out of it. But that's a mentality of yesteryear. And you can't think that way when you've got drones entering the airspace, aircraft that are so computerized and so technically advanced, you don't even tell the pilots about it anymore. So one of the first things we have to do is get rid of the mentality that you can make all these mistakes and then expect the pilots to troubleshoot en route with a plane load full of passengers. And no, folks, you cannot fly a barn door or a brick. Can't be done. I don't care if they bragged about that in flight school, wasn't going to work. And the other thing, you know, they'd say, oh, well, flying, that's so exciting. And I'd always say, not if you do it right. Representative Garamendi was, very helpful to help us all understand when he talked about his aha moment. And he talked about the FAA's problem. And that safety and the maintenance oversight and all that, that's FAA's problem. Well, it can't be the FAA's problem if we no longer have any FAA inspection. And several of the panelists mentioned that this is not a new thing. This has been going on back when I was Inspector General. We did report after report after report. We actually put numbers on it because the IG's office is pretty cool because you have both investigators and you have auditors. And we were able to document down to the percentage that the Boeing 777 was 95% self-certified. And that was long before Congress passed the ODA bill that lets this be the standard, that you have the designated inspectors. And remember, folks, we have a lot of harsh words for the FAA. There are good people in the FAA, a lot of good inspectors, but they are squashed from the top, and leadership is pretty much a revolving door. I always called them the kidney stone administrators because you just have to wait for them to pass. And that's kind of how it went at the FAA. And I have to give him credit. When I was Inspector General, I had on my desk all the time Mr. Nader's books. And I ever thought, well, this is something crazy here. What's going on here? All I had to think about is, what would he do? Well, he'd go investigate. And so we did. And so I want to thank you for that. All these years, I kept your books close at hand. We also heard from when Representative Garamendi mentioned that he's going to introduce the legislation about where the maintenance is being done. And that's really important. And by the way, he did say that you can find that out about your foods, et cetera. You really can't. If you look on food packaging, it says where it's packaged. So we need to do that throughout many industries. We have a right to know where things come from because we're going to part with our dollars for them. So this is a movement that could be throughout the industry, not just in aviation. I also mentioned air quality, hugely important issue. There have been a series of cases. A lot of them stem from the bleed air leaks and from the hydraulic fluid, as you all know in the industry. It's very, very harmful if it's inhaled. There have been a number of private actions and private individuals that have tried to fix this bleed air quality. Obviously, with newer aircraft, that gets changed because the newer aircraft have different air systems. We also heard in the questions and answers about the hearings coming on the MAX 8, very, very important, and also the issue again of dual mandate. Now, both Loretta and Sarah mentioned this because we were back in the DOT in the day, and the dual mandate has been an issue for a very, very long time. All you have to remember is where the FAA came from. It came from the Civil Aeronautics Board. It came out of a time when you had to convince people to get on aircraft. Well, you don't have to convince people to get on aircraft, as the last panel said, if they're ditching Greyhound and Greyhound's going out of business because people are on the plane. The need to convince people to fly is no more. And so the dual mandate needs to go away. Back in the 90s, they proclaimed they had done away with it. By the way, it's in the congressional record. You can look this up. They proclaimed that they've done away with the dual mandate. No more are they going to promote aviation and regulate aviation. And there's actually a footnote to this, and I'm not making this up. The footnote says, we're going to change promote, the word promote aviation, to encourage. And it goes on. It says, but we're actually not intending any change in how we do our job. So any time you talk about the dual mandate, they intentionally said, nah, we're not going to change it. We're just going to go ahead with that. And the only way to do it is separate out the function. Just as was done after 9/11, the FAA was miserable, obviously, of the disaster that ensued for aviation security. It's gone. They don't have that job anymore. We have a new agency, an agency my personal opinion, we very, very, very much need. No, I think that anyone who suggests we need to privatize it again is, completely ridiculous. It has a very short memory about 9/11, but when the FAA lost that job, we moved on and we addressed the problem that we had to do. So maybe it's time to do a wholesale change of the FAA so we can get the job done. Inspections during the shutdown, obviously that is something that should not be allowed. We shouldn't have government shutdowns anyway. I went through many myself, as did many of you. But the inspection should not cease in shutdown. I completely agree on that. Then we heard from Mr. Mitchell, and he talked about the need for a single standard on maintenance. I think both Sarah and Loretta mentioned this. We battled this back in the early 90s for smaller carriers versus larger carriers, and we tried to pull in Part 135 as well, so we'd have one level of safety. Now, they did allow time to phase that in, but eventually the goal was to have one level of safety for all operators, whether you've got a Beech 1900D or a 777, and you'd have one level of safety. It did take some time, but it was obviously improving, and a lot of families worked on that, including after the Colgan Airlines crash. Unannounced visits by the FAA was mentioned by several panels. I happen to have statistics on that too. When I was Inspector General, we actually tried to quantify that. So does it make a difference if you show up and say, we're here, or if you book an appointment, like 20 days in advance? And we were able to calculate that. And so when we made an announced visit, an announced inspection, most of the times things would be in order. When we made unannounced inspection, it was 80, 90, 100% fail on the things that we looked at. And it clearly makes a difference whether or not you do unannounced inspections. Mr. McGee then mentioned his part. He talked about safety is a fundamental right. I couldn't agree more than that. But that one level of safety does not exist. We talk a lot about rights in this country, and I have a right to this, I have a right to that. People always say I have a right to fly, and I always say, well, you have a right to fly only if you follow the rules, unless you, happen to own 60,000 acres and only fly over your own land. In order to be able to fly, you have to follow the rules to fly. You don't have a right to fly. Granted, the Constitution says you have a right to interstate transportation, but it doesn't say you have a right to fly unless you follow the rules. Why? Because it's a pact, and it's a pact that's held together by the laws of this country. That you're safe, that you follow the rules, that you don't do things, below 3,000 feet. There's all kinds of rules that you have to follow, including the security rules. Mr. McGee also mentioned the drug and alcohol testing, which is hugely important, and I learned how important this was firsthand from a foreign case. Now, I can't tell you all the details of this case because I'm a lawyer in private practice now, and so things are privileged and I can't tell it, but I actually had a case where there was a huge problem because of the cot delivery. You guys know what cot is? I've never seen it firsthand, but it's a plant that people chew in certain parts of the country, and it gives you a pretty immediate and long-lasting agitated kind of high, apparently. Well, we actually could document in this case that what would happen when the cot load would arrive, that the workers would disappear, things wouldn't get done, people were threatened, and there was absolutely, in this particular country, there was no drug testing whatsoever. I mean, it wouldn't have picked it up on an alcohol test, but drug testing was vitally important, and in this case, it was a hugely important safety function that these workers were performing, and for the day after the cot arrived, it just didn't get done. Transparency on airline maintenance records, that has been, an issue that's plagued things for, decades, I can say, since I was, back there working on it too, but it would be hugely important to help people know what they're getting on. Mr. Nader's remarks, summing those up, and I'm sure I won't do them justice. The revolving door, that's been a problem for a very long time. Yes, there's a cooling off period, but there are exceptions. And for example, if those of you are interested, I encourage you to go put the, look up Boeing, for example. They hired a certain FAA and safety inspector, put this person in charge of international safety aviation. left that person right in Washington, D.C., and there was an interview in the Seattle Times. You gotta love these Seattle Times. And this person was interviewed, and he said, well, I left the FAA because Boeing gave me more money and I don't have to leave D.C. How are you going to do international safety inspections sitting in D.C.? I don't know, but Boeing apparently thought you could do that. The insurance company, I'm going to have to shorten this up, my time's passed, but he also made the point of that the FAA is a consulting agency, not a regulatory agency. I could not agree more with that, and the problem with the designated inspections are, I wonder how much consulting's even being done. If the 777 was 95% self-certified, another Inspector General report, I think it was a 2015 report, they had documented 90% was self-certified. And they said in this 2015 report, go to the DOT website, look up IG reports. They're great. And one of them said that they had not even put Boeing into the inspection system yet. And that had been since 2005 when Congress approved that designated inspector system. The FAA had not even brought the Boeing online. It's troubling things. How do you fix it when Congress is part of the enablers? Well, my take on it is Congress needs to have some of the rules that apply to the executive branch. You know, when Congress, and I'm going to exclude our speaker this morning because he said he didn't participate, and I believe that, but when Congress is getting all these benefits, not just from the airlines, you know, y'all focus on, they go out to the airport and have a special parking place and they get to sit in first class, you know, they're on this side of the tarp, not on that side of the tarp. But what you also forget is that they're getting benefits from the industry. Industry has great jets, industry has private planes, industry has benefits. They have lots of things that they can confer in addition to campaign contributions, and those benefits are being conferred. We need no more transparency out of Congress. And believe me, Freedom of Information Act works, public ethics disclosures work. All you have to do is follow the law and you'll be okay. But we need those to apply across government. Just applying those to executive branch is not getting the job done when year after year, decade after decade, Congress permits this total abdication of FAA responsibility. They have to be responsible too. Why? Because the FAA responds to Congress. Organizing passengers. Now, one of the speakers talked about organizing passengers. I used to be a professor at Ohio State University, and the head of our department actually researched, and he was great. He knew what made us tick. He researched airline passenger behavior, and he was like the world expert in it. And that wasn't my field. I was in aviation regulation and law and those sorts of things. But he researched this, wrote all sorts of books on it. The two things that make passengers tick are one, price, of course. We all know that. Two is frequency. So if you got to get to Washington, D.C. by 8 o'clock, you're going to see who's cheapest, but who goes the most. Why? Because we come to expect that we're going to have, you know, problems. We're going to have delays, et cetera. So we're going to choose the airlines that give us cheap seats, but also go a lot. So those two things motivate us. So we have to figure out how to get passengers to care about more things, where their maintenance is done, all those sorts of things. Automation I already mentioned, so I'm going to go right over that one. Boeing laying off 1,000 safety inspectors. That's a huge issue right now because I'm down in Charleston, South Carolina, a good part of the time, and this is just not a problem in Renton, Washington. And down in Charleston, there are lots of issues that are reported in the press. The press hasn't been covering it. I mean, I don't do this kind of work, but I get calls from potential whistleblowers probably every week, and they have a lot of cleanup to do. The most recent thing that was in the paper was FOD issues and issues on the inspection line. So that's a big concern, and Congress should be looking at that on their hearings. Why are they laying off 1,000 safety inspectors? Another thing that I have to mention is we've talked a lot about politics, but when it comes to aviation safety, it doesn't break along party lines. and this has been the case when I was Inspector General, when I was teaching, now when I'm doing litigation. It doesn't break along, Republicans are for or against it, or Democrats are for or against it. It breaks along economic lines, and there were certain members of Congress who we used to call the congressperson from North. I'll use airlines out of business. The congressperson from Northwest, or the senator from United, and things like that. It doesn't break along party lines. So you have to follow the money. That's how you're going to figure out who's going to be on what side of any issue. The panel brought up a very important point, the second to last panel, that there are no FAA international office. That is a huge problem, that we don't have inspections worldwide. And, airplanes are intended not to respect national boundaries. Why? Because we want to fly over them. That's the whole point of an airplane. So if you've got international flights and no international inspection, already you've set yourself up for some failure and some safety lax problems. The panel also mentioned individual accountability. We have seen that again and again and again. We see it in the FAA. The FAA had a practice of promoting people up and out of trouble. You get in trouble at the FAA, you can't be demoted. Federal regulations prohibit that. So what do? You get a promotion somewhere else. They'd move them up and out, sort of like a thunderstorm formation, right? And that's what happens. So we have to figure out a way to make individual accountability, not only in the government, but also in the industry. And the comment about the two heads of airlines saying who's responsible for maintenance, I don't know, the other guy or the FAA. That is a huge problem. And unfortunately, right now in this day and age, that problem is solved by individual liability. That problem is solved in the courthouses across America, but it's only solved after there's a terrible loss of life. It should be solved before that. Yes, there will be depositions, there will be huge inquests, there will be, by the time the MAX 8 case is done, the briefing will be like up to here. But that's after the fact. You shouldn't have to have a loss of life to try to find out who did not do their jobs. Let's see who was next. Oh, the panel also then got on to foreign bogus parts. Again, hugely timely because of the announcement last week that now we have a slat track problem on the MAX 8 and other aircraft, and that might be bogus aircraft parts. The system has been in place since the early 1990s to ferret out and prosecute bogus parts. The problem is retroactive approvals. Yes, it's criminal. Yes, you can go to jail. Yes, the Office of Inspector General and the Federal Bureau of Investigation work very hard to ferret out and prosecute bogus parts purveyors, but we had a problem with the FAA granting retroactive approval. So you catch them with a bad part, you catch them breaking the law, and what happens next? FAA said, it's okay. And several airlines had their own ability to approve, and so we got retroactive approval and amnesty. Therefore, there's no prosecution, and there's no threat. There's no concern that if you're doing something criminal, you could go to jail. That's very important. Wage stagnation is a huge problem, and I saw it firsthand in my own house. I work, as you know, on air crash cases, and I take pilot and crew cases as well. And I was working on some of the smaller carrier crashes, including Colgan and others. And my son, he's 22, and my son was traveling with me. I was working on some of the cases, and he worked for my law firm for a while. And he said, "Is it true that the pilots were only making like $20,000 a year?" And I said, "Yeah, that is true." And he said, "I'm not going to flight school." And he was headed to flight school. He wanted to be a pilot, and he turned around right there and then. I have to tell you now he's in the business program, but he would have been a good pilot, and he wanted to do it. And the same thing on maintenance. If you can't earn a decent living, you're going to go do something else. And millennials are, and I live with two of them. I have a 24-year-old and a 22-year-old. Millennials are not going to do a job that is not respected and doesn't pay. Doing because it, feels good and it's good for the country. Millennials, it needs to make sense to them, and I saw it firsthand with my own. And finally, let's put the media in here. You have a unique opportunity right now to make change. Change has to come fairly quickly, though, because people forget and they go away. And I once again have to credit, for example, the Colgan families. They worked so hard to keep things in the media because only when there's public focus on it can you get change. They succeeded in doing that. 20 years ago, the ValueJet families, they succeeded in getting change, probably more change than any air crash ever. But you have a window in which you can get stuff done, and so your taking action right now is hugely important to the traveling public. And you know, the media will respond, and I can give you sort of a funny example. For example, when the shoe bomber Richard Reed was named the shoe bomber, all of a sudden, we're taking off our shoes at the airport. Does anyone remember the diaper bomber? At least, thank heavens, the media didn't call him the underwear bomber, because guess what we'd be taking off at the airport? It's important to educate the media as well as the public because they will help you. You know, they just have to understand. Should we just give up on the government? I can't. I think that government oversight are important. I think government inspections important. I think government prosecutions of crime is important. And so we can't just give up on the government. There are many panels that say the FAA is broken. Yes, the FAA is broken, but there are lots of good people in there. You just have to have leadership that recognizes that. Yes, you have to support and protect whistleblowers. Yes, you have to give the employees that are out there doing the good job the chance to get it. Federal employees are not your enemy. Your enemy is the leadership that doesn't let them do their jobs, that they aren't respected for what they do, because there are great people in the government. You just have to go find them. And so I just can't believe that we cannot come up with an agency in the government that can help promote our safety. And there was an old joke in the government, you know, back when I was in the DOT, we had the Coast Guard and we had the FAA. Two huge components of the DOT. The Coast Guard's gone. After 9/11, they went with Homeland Security. But they used to, you know, carp each other. And the Coast Guard's a great agency. And they do put safety first. And they always used to say, well, who can do safety better? And the old line went, well, there are more planes in the ocean than ships in the sky. So they would make that point that we can do safety too, and we can do it pretty well. Finally, one of the panels mentioned the role of the NTSB, and I wholeheartedly agree. The NTSB does such an important job, but they can only beg for change. They're kind of like the Oliver, more please. That's really all they're empowered to do, and the party system doesn't help. You know, I sometimes summarize the party system of the manufacturers in the party, the pilots and the FAA. The manufacturer says it's a pilot error. The pilot says it's manufacturer's error, and the FAA says it's the pilot's fault for trusting the manufacturer. We have to get out of that circle. And somehow we have to move beyond so we have real accountability. The NTSB is doing all that they can in making recommendations, but they often just go and die. 80-some% of the recommendations don't get acted on. I don't have that exact number, but that has to change, and that's really important. Finally, I have to tell you a real story about how valuable U.S. maintenance workforce really is. Back when I was Inspector General, we had this big bogus parts initiative all over the world. We thought it was really important, but we couldn't do anything unless someone reported them and everyone was on board to make the case. And so we had this really important case. We were looking for these purveyors. They were overseas and they were shipping in thousands of bogus parts into the U.S., but we had to catch them. And there was an aircraft mechanic out in I'll say the airline. He was a great guy. He worked for United. He'd been doing this engine overhaul work for decades, and a part came through. It was a combustion liner, and it was the wrong color. And he'd seen thousands of them in his career, and he picked it up and goes, this isn't right. And he had the good sense to go get the box that it came in. And the box that it came in, you know, it had the Pratt & Whitney Eagle flying across the nice white box and the blue Pratt & Whitney, and the Eagle was flying the wrong way. He could see that the Eagle actually on the box, and even the box was counterfeited. The Eagle was flying into the ground. And so he saved the part, he saved the box, we made the case, Pratt & Whitney worked with us, they were great too, and we made this bogus parts case and then we were able to catch the bogus parts purveyors. We actually set up a sting operation with the FBI and we caught them coming into the country. And it was all because of a mechanic, highly trained, highly skilled, licensed, knew exactly what to look for and knew what to do. That wouldn't have happened in any other country, and I know that for a fact because we'd been trying to catch these all over the world, and it was a U.S., United Airlines, U.S. mechanic that caught it. And I wonder if the same happened today with our skills leaving our shores and going elsewhere. It really matters what the workforce does and knows. And I say, I saw it firsthand in our prosecutions, and there it was. This fellow helped us catch, a purveyor of literally thousands of bogus aircraft parts because he was smart, he was savvy, he knew what to do, and he was empowered. The manufacturer backed him up and saved it. And so finally, I'll just wrap up by saying every time I've spoken to the consumer, and I've tried to educate them as you are, the consumer says, well, they wouldn't let it fly if it wasn't safe. And I always ask the same question. I say, who's they? Well, the government. And they just don't get it. And so right now, they are starting to see, and this is why you have such a great window. Right now, the American public gets it. They aren't doing it. They aren't watching that it's safe to fly. And so you have a time right now that maybe, sadly seems to be replicated only when you have disasters, but I really think you can do it. I think you can make the change right now, and I think you have a room full of people that want to help you. Thank you.
Before I invite our final speaker up, I would like just to say to those members of the press that are watching this by live stream, if you would like to contact any of the panelists or speakers, please look at the press release and contact me and I'll coordinate everything. To offer closing remarks, I would like to introduce John Samuelsen, Transport Workers Union International President, for his thoughts on what he heard today and on behalf of airline consumers, what do we need to do to move the needle forward on reform? John?
Thank you. So I have the distinction of being probably the only non-airline expert in the room. So I'm a track worker out of the New York City subway system. And I think I bring a unique perspective to this. I bring a unique perspective to representing our mechanics and all our aviation workers at the Transport Workers Union. I bring a consumer perspective to this. And it wasn't until I started moving up through the ranks of the TWU from the tracks in New York City, the subway tracks in New York City, into leadership of the National, that I myself realized this kind of dirty little secret of the airline industry, that big chunks of mechanical maintenance of planes are done overseas. And forgive me or not forgive me, but I try to put these airline terms into terms that folks will understand. Mechanical maintenance of jet planes, for the idea that this would be done on a regular overseas, I believe is absolutely startling to most passengers on American aircraft. Not American Airlines aircraft, but USA industry passenger aircraft. And for that reason alone, I heard Ralph Nader talk about justice and morality in this fight. For us, we're in a contract struggle with American Airlines, along with our brothers in the IAM and sisters in the IAM. We're in a contract struggle, and above all else, this is a struggle that's about justice and morality. For me personally, aside from the fact that I'm a trade unionist and not an airline industry expert, I put my wives and children, my wife, skip that wife part. Put my wife and my children on these planes, and I do so with a high amount of caution now. And I believe the idea that, as one of the panelists before, who I think has left the room, said that good luck organizing, passengers, I actually echo the remarks that you just said about the time is right for that. I believe that it's ripe. I believe this catastrophe that Boeing has just put everybody through, along with a growing awareness that because of unions like the TWU and the IAM that are getting the word out there, the notion that these planes are routinely maintained overseas by uncertificated mechanics in foreign countries, that we have no ability to ascertain whether or not the work was done safely or ascertain in a way that was done securely. This is a mind-boggling thing to the average person that rides planes. And I myself, I'm a union organizer at heart. That's what I am. I'm not an airline expert. I'm a union organizer. I came up organizing workers. And when I get on American Airlines flights, and I fly American Airlines almost exclusively, I turn around to the passengers that are next to me and say, do you realize that this plane could have been maintained in China or South America? I do it all the time, and I've actually caused ruckuses on planes by doing this. So the idea that people are uninterested and they're only interested in the bottom line, I reject that idea. And I believe that we can organize passengers. And in fact, outside of the airline industry, the model for doing this, it's common in the transport sectors outside the airline industry, transit, in the railroads, for passengers and workers to get together to pursue common goals. And I am often criticized, and I often recognize being criticized for referencing back to the New York City subway system. But the New York City subway systems had the ability to run trains without anybody on them since the 1950s, since 10 years before I was born, maybe longer even. And the reason that there is a two-person train crew on New York City subway trains right now is primarily not only because the TWU had the audacity to fight back and continue to fight back, but because we organized with rider groups in New York City to fight back against the stupidity of removing a two-person train crew out of the subway. Remove a two-person train crew out of the subway, the first time that there's a fire in the hole in New York City, hundreds of people are going to die. And this is almost a direct equivalent. It's just a different industry. If we keep allowing, as a consumer, as a passenger, if we keep allowing the work to be done overseas, eventually there'll be a catastrophic occurrence. And when I first with the TWU, which is about 2 years ago, and got involved in this contract negotiation, and we began to publicize and go after American Airlines for their continued relentless efforts to offshore our work, there were folks in the media and elsewhere that said to me, but there hasn't been any problem. Okay, but the same things were said in terms of the Boeings of the world and self-regulation. Of course, there's not a problem until the day there's a catastrophe and everybody recognizes there's a tremendous problem. And I think we're headed down that road toward the potential of a catastrophic occurrence if the work continues to get done overseas. It's clear. All you have to do is walk past the quote by Bob Crandall that says that foreign maintenance of aircraft is an unnecessary compromise and it's done solely for the profit of the airlines. If consumers, that will resonate immediately with everyday folks that ride these planes. And I think more importantly, as everybody in the room I'm sure is aware, that's not everyday folks that companies like American and Delta are concerned about. They're concerned about premium travelers, right? And premium travelers actually have no idea that this work is done overseas. And they're probably the most important group to reach. If we reach premium travelers and they raise hell about work being done in South America rather than in Tulsa or Dallas or JFK, there's going to be a problem. And so this is an organizing challenge for us. And I think we need to approach this as we would approach any other strategic campaign. Identify coalition partners, identify stakeholders, identify opponents, identify supporters, and think about this very tactically and begin to apply an overall strategy that has an umbrella of tactics underneath the strategy that involves Congress, it involves rider groups, it involves the trade union movement, it involves everybody concerned to be able to drive this home. And I agree, we're at a moment in time where the American public, I think, is in shock at some of the news that has come out about the kind of incestuous relationships between Boeing and the FAA. But those incestuous relationships exist right now between American Airlines, Delta, United, and the FAA. And if we continue to pound the drum, continue to expose it, and continue to fight back, we could win. And the truth of the matter is, if you don't fight back, you can never win. You can't win if you don't fight back. And by organizing and fighting back, that's our only pathway to victory. If we do nothing, things are going to stay the same or get worse. But if we join together collectively, we can beat entities like American Airlines and Delta and United. And in fact, we can drive change at the FAA. And I just want to say just one other thing, and I certainly don't want to talk all day. For each stakeholder in the room has their role. The TWU has its role, and I will say it loudly and say it proudly that we're never going to sign a contract that lets American Airlines send the work into South America or elsewhere. We're going to defend with every legal means at our disposal, particularly saying every legal means because they've now decided to intimidate our mechanics that are red flagging safety problems on planes through efforts to enjoin us. And that's all it is an effort to intimidate us. They'd rather see our mechanics let unsafe planes fly than point it out and force American to take action on those planes. So for our part, we're never going to agree. We're going to fight American Airlines tooth and nail to the end. And as far as I'm concerned, we'll do that simultaneously with organizing rider groups and organizing passengers and other stakeholders and organizing with them. But for our part, they're not going to get through us, and they need to get through this TWU contract in order to offshore the work. And our families are too important to us. These blue jobs on USA soil are too important to us. And to have jobs there for future generations of American kids are too important to us. So that's a message for Doug Parker and Robert Isom. If you're watching, I hope you are. And it's also a message to everybody else who's concerned, because the TWU is going to fight it out to the end, and we're going to join hands with passenger groups and everybody else who wants to stand firm and defend the safety of American air travelers. So thank you very much, everybody, for coming. It's been a great, great event. And we should do it again. So thank you.
Well, I had 25-minute closing remarks, but I'm going to head to the press club editing office and get the wives thing taken care of, just in case John wants to show it tomorrow. I want to thank everybody for all the work you've put into this today and the weeks and couple months before. We're going to do another event in the fall, and we'll be in touch. Thanks for everything.